Labas rytas, gerbiami konferencijos dalyviai. Tikiuosi, jūs mūsų klausotės nuotolyje, todėl kad šiandieną rytas šaltokas ir mūsų salė tuštoka. Tačiau šita sekcija labai įdomi ir dar labai mažai Lietuvoje šita tema yra nagrinėjama. Tačiau labai tikiuosi, kad mūsų klausosi kolegos nuotolyje ne tik Lietuvoje ir dalyvaus diskusijoje apie rankraštinės knygos kultūrą Lietuvos didžiojoje kunigaikštystėje ir kitose Europos regionuose. Nes tie, kas domisi rankraštinė knyga, kas ją tyria, žino, kiek LDK knygų rankraštinių yra saugoma ir kitose kraštuose. Šiandieną programoje buvo numatyti 3 pranešimai. Deja, viena mūsų prelegentė, gerbiama Nadežda Morozova, susirgo, todėl turėsime 2 pranešimus. Išklausysime. Tačiau tai galima žiūrėti ir su optimizmu, nes turime laiko klausimams, diskusijoms, ko dažnai pritrūksta kitose sekcijose. Tad pirmiausia ir noriu pristatyti puikią LDK rankraštinės knygos specialistę, puikiai žinančią daugelį mūsų knygų. Tai daktarė Marija Korogodina, kuri šiandieną kalbės apie vieną ypatingą leidinį, tai Motiejaus 10 biblinių knygų sąvadą, parengtą Vilniuje Supraslyje. Ir įdomu tai, kad šis biblinis sąvadas buvo parengtas visai netrukus Skorinai pradėjus rengti savąją rusieniškąją Bibliją. Tad kai mes kalbame, kad LDK teritorijoje, kada buvo parengtas pirmasis biblinis sąvadas, kada rusėnai skaitytojai galėjo susipažinti su dažnais bibliniais tekstais, tai pažįstamais katalikiškosios tradicijos skaitytojams, labai dažnai pamirštame rankraštinės knygas ir jų turinį. Kitas labai įdomus dalykas, kurio ėmėsi Marija, tai informacinis aparatas rankraštinėje knygoje. Tad prašom, Marija, žodis jums.
Спасибо, уважаемые участники конференции. Надеюсь, что меня хорошо слышно. Я буду говорить сегодня о специфической теме, о рукописной книге, которая была подготовлена старшим современником Франциска Скорины, Матфеем X, который трудился в Вильно и Супрасольском монастыре и завершил в 1507 году подготовку библейского свода, которому и будет посвящен мой сегодняшний доклад, справочному аппарату в этой рукописи. Наряду с изменениями в графике письма на протяжении XIV-XV веков в значительной степени меняется организация текстов книги. В ранних рукописях часто единственным элементом, позволявшим вычленять в кодексе части, являлись киноварные заголовки и инициалы. С их помощью отделялись друг от друга самостоятельные тексты в сборнике или главы и разделы в крупных сочинениях. Сейчас я запущу презентацию экрана. Секундочку. Так. Инициалы указывали на начало новой мысли или фразы и помогали синтаксически организовать текст. Однако киноварные инициалы не могли служить справочным аппаратом, необходимым в кодексах со сложной структурой. Отсутствие справочного аппарата и сигналов, позволяющих быстро находить в объемном кодексе нужный текст, затруднял работу с книгой. Это привело к возникновению и развитию во второй половине XIV, первой половине XV века справочного аппарата, разнообразных колонн-титулов на верхнем и нижнем поле, разметки на внешнем поле с номерами глав, разделов, стихов и зачал. К этому же времени относятся эксперименты писцов, использовавших в одном кодексе различные почерки, оформление и разметку, которые позволяли по-новому организовать структуру текста для более быстрого и легкого восприятия. Особенно богат подобными экспериментами библейский сборник Матфея X, подготовленный в Вильне и Супрасольском монастыре в 1502-1507 годах. Напомню, что в 2020 году Библия Матфея X была факсимильно издана, и сейчас все желающие имеют свободный доступ к этому изданию размещенному на сайте союзного государства. Адрес сайта на слайде. Библия Матфея 10 – это один из оригинальных опытов подготовки полного библейского свода в славе ортодокса. Стремясь наглядно выделить каждый фрагмент текста, книжник в евангельском повествовании использует черные чернила для рассказа о спутниках Иисуса и сопутствующих обстоятельствах, синие чернила для описания действий самого Иисуса и золото для слов Спасителя. Такой образец текста, оформления текста вы можете видеть на слайде. Матфей 10 готовил текст с исключительно сложной структурой, поскольку многие ветхозаветные и все евангельские тексты подразумевали не только келейное использование, но и богослужебное. Это побуждало составителя обильно использовать разметку и нумерацию на полях. Матфей 10 указывает дни недели, на которые приходится чтение, и номера зачал, то есть с которых начинается это чтение, а также приводит инципиты чтений с календарными датами на верхнем и нижнем поле. В соответствии с аппаратом Ефалии на внешнем поле проставлены номера глав, чтений и свидетельств из Ветхого Завета с названиями библейских книг. Обилие цифр заставило Матфея 10 чередовать киноварь и черные чернила и фиксировать место на поле для различных номеров. Некоторые номера написаны ближе к тексту крупными буквами, другие посередине поля мелким почерком, третьи мелко на внутреннем поле. Вот на данном слайде вы можете видеть, что в верхней части начинается нумерация с единицы до 4-го номера, а потом киноварью снова с единицы. На самом деле это не новая нумерация, это номера подглавок внутри 4-й главы. А во втором послании апостола Петра тоже двойная идет нумерация на внешнем и на внутреннем поле. В посланиях апостолов используется наибольшее количество нумераций, заимствованных из аппарата Ефалии. И это часто затрудняет понимание, какой номер что означает и к чему относится. Очевидно, по этой причине при нумерации стихов в апостольских посланиях Матфей 10 иногда использует некириллические алфавиты и даже придуманные им самим системы цифровых обозначений, чередуя их с обычной кириллической цифирью. Вот на данном слайде то, о чем я буду говорить, располагается на внутреннем поле. Немного цифры уходит в корешок, но все равно их видно. Во втором послании Солунянам Матфей 10 использует для нумерации греческие литеры. В данном случае это может быть не столь очевидно, что используется именно греческий алфавит, поскольку начертания кириллических букв часто уподоблялись, восходят к греческому алфавиту и часто писцами уподоблялись, стилизовались под греческие буквы. Но здесь вот вторая цифра, бета, очевидно, что это не веди, поскольку она с таким хвостиком, на нее указывает стрелочка на слайде. И здесь мы должны говорить о том, что это именно греческий алфавит, а не кириллический, использован для нумерации. Со второй половины XV века восточнославянские писцы охотно прибегали к грецизированным начертаниям, стилизуя кириллические буквы. Поэтому использование иного алфавита в данном случае не так сильно привлекает внимание. Но зато на следующем слайде, тоже на внутреннем поле, на слайде это справа, мы видим нумерацию, которая не имеет ничего общего с кириллицей. Это послание к Титу, и Матфей 10 здесь прибегает к глаголице. Это из этого текста отдельные обозначения. При этом Матфей присваивает глаголическим буквам те цифровые значения, которые свойственны кириллице. Он не использует, простите, он не использует в счете литеру буки и живете, которые имели в глаголице числовые значения 2 и 7 соответственно, из-за чего все остальные литеры в двух алфавитах, кириллическом и глаголическом, имели несовпадающие значения. Напротив, мы видим, что для цифры 2 он использует литеру веди, так же, как и в кириллице. И дальше у него идет соответствие числовых значений глаголическим буквам такое же, как должно было бы быть в кириллице. Глагол 3, добро 4 и так далее. Литеру «зело» с числовым значением 6 он пишет кириллическую, а не глаголическую, которая глаголическая буква имела довольно сложные начертания. А для цифры 8 Матфей использует глаголическую литеру «йота», вероятно, перепутав ее с литерой «иже», которая в кириллице имела числовое значение 8. Такой характер использования глаголических букв Матфеем X показывает, что книжник в целом был знаком с графикой глаголических литер, хотя и, по всей видимости, не смог вспомнить написание буквы «зело», но он, вероятно, не знал системы счисления в глаголице и заменил ее привычной для кириллицы системой числовых значений. Таким образом, эрудиция книжника ограничивалась графикой глаголического алфавита, но не была глубока настолько, чтобы писать и считать на глаголице. В посланиях апостолов Матфей X чередует тексты, в которых используют оригинальные системы нумерации собственного изобретения, с текстами, имеющими привычную нумерацию кириллической цифирью. Это позволяет ему постоянно варьировать систему нумерации и зримо отделять одну нумерацию в одном тексте от нумерации в другом. Еще в одном тексте, в первом послании к Тимофею, Матфей X пользуется для нумерации стихов измененным алфавитом, в основе которого лежит графика греческих и латинских букв, а также изобретенные Матфеем X знаки. И здесь довольно много номеров, текст пространный, и на слайде представлено то, что находится в рукописи на нескольких листах. Некоторые знаки графически сходны с принятыми в латинской палеографии сокращениями. Например, цифра 2 соответствует латинскому сокращению «про». Как мы видим, писец начинает сначала нумеровать кириллицей. Он пишет единицу как ас. Но уже в числах 11 и 21 для цифры 1 он использует графему собственного изобретения, которая не имеет ничего общего с ас. Как и при введении глаголицы, Матфей X сохраняет привычную цифру 6 в виде кириллической «зело», а также пишет кириллическую цифру 9, причем в двух вариантах – скорописном и полууставном, в числах 9 и 19. В остальном числа формируются так же, как при написании кириллицей. В числах второго десятка единицы ставятся слева от знака десятка, а в последующих десятках, в третьем десятке, знак единиц ставится справа от обозначения десятка. Оставаясь верным основному принципу, Матфей X в следующем тексте, послании к Филимону, использует кириллицу для нумерации стихов. Но последнее из апостольских посланий, адресованное евреям, Матфей в нем нумерует стихи с помощью выдуманной системы счисления. Тоже на внутреннем поле вы эту нумерацию видите. В этом случае Матфей X не изобретает новые графемы, как мы видели выше в первом послании к Тимофею, а пользуется кириллическими буквами, которым присваивает несвойственные им значения, привлекая в том числе те литеры, которые в кириллице вообще не имеют числового значения. Мы видим, что он начинает нумерацию 1-2 с букв пси и кси, которые не имеют числового значения в кириллице, а дальше у него фактически начинается абецедарий, он использует подряд буквы кириллического алфавита, присваивая ас-3, букве, которая не имела в кириллице числового значения 4, веди 5 и так далее, до 9, где у него внезапно вторгается, не на своем месте стоит буква слова. Но дальше с десятков абецедарий продолжается, 10, 20, 30, мы видим последование алфавита кириллического. И самым неожиданным в этой системе нумерации является число 60, которое написано совершенно так же, как число 16, формируясь из правильно сформированное число 16 из цифры 6 и 10, а 60 пишется точно так же, очевидно, путем умножения 6 на 10. Наконец, не ограничившись нумерацией, Матфей X использует особые знаки сносок для того, чтобы привязать к тексту глоссы на полях. Ему понадобилось сделать это только в одном месте, где ему необходимо было комментировать иносказание в послании апостола Павла к евреям и указать на полях имена праотцов. При этом на каждую строку приходилось не менее 2 глосс, и Матфей предпочел использовать не нумерацию, поскольку слишком тесно расположенные номера, вероятно, по этой причине, могли бы запутать читателя. Вместо нумерации он использовал особые обозначения сносок. Флорентина Викторовна Панченко, исследовавшая библейский сборник Матфея X, доказала, что в качестве сносок Матфей X использовал знаки музыкальной нотации. Возможно, к этому его подтолкнула необычная система обозначения сносок в толковом апостоле, вложенном маршалком Александром Солтоном в 1490 году в Виленскую Троицкую церковь. Это рукопись «Толковый апостол», единственный известный нам непосредственный источник Библии Матфея X, рукопись, из которой он делал выписки. В «Толковом апостоле» использована система глассирования со знаками сносок самого причудливого облика. Несомненно, в основе практики употребления таких замысловатых сносок лежит принятая в византийской рукописной книге система обозначения редакторских сносок, исследованная Игорем Шевченко и Ольгой Страховой. Однако писцам толкового апостола Александра Солтона византийская система, по всей видимости, осталась неизвестной, и они придумали более 300 собственных знаков для сносок. Надо полагать, что и Матфей X тоже не был знаком с византийской системой сносок, и графические фантазии писцов толкового апостола побудили Матфея выработать свою собственную систему сносок и воспользоваться для этого знаками нотации. Таким образом, завершая свой доклад, я могу отметить, что Библия Матфея X, являясь предшественником библейских изданий Франциска Скорины, показывает, насколько быстро и какими необычными путями шло развитие справочного аппарата в конце XV – первой половине XVI века. Благодарю за внимание.
Ačiū Marijai už puikų pranešimą. Kolegė Marian Ruts iš Vokietijos iš Giseno universiteto savo aplodismentus išreiškė pabarksnenimų į stalą. Žodžiu, nes tema tikrai labai įdomi ir dar mažai nagrinėta. Dar labai mažai apie ją kalbama ir pačioje Lietuvoje tarp Lietuvos knygotyrininkų. Ir tuo pačiu aš iš karto Marijai norėčiau užduoti keletą klausimų. Žinau, kad jūs esate varčiusi ne vieną rankraštinę LDK knygą ir perrašytą jau ir vėliau po Matiejaus 10. Sakykit, o ar teko susidurti su egzemplioriais, kuriuose būtų panaudota Motiejaus sukurta sistema, kad ir, sakykime, rašalo panaudojimas tam tikrų citatų išskyrimui, ar tos pačios tie patys redakciniai ženklai išnašom ir panašiai.
Спасибо за вопрос. Система нумерации вот с оригинальными числовыми значениями кириллических букв, использование других алфавитов мне сейчас кажется совершенно оригинальной и не получившей в дальнейшем продолжения. Хотя, конечно, нас при исследовании рукописной традиции Великого княжества Литовского еще могут подстерегать различные неожиданности, может быть, что-то найдется. Что касается использования различных чернил, то эта практика применялась, и, насколько я понимаю, она во многом восходит к латинской традиции, где такое достаточно широко было распространено, такое обыкновение при оформлении рукописных книг. Необычные знаки сносок, специальные значки, редакторские, которые я показывала, имеют корни в византийской традиции. Они были использованы, эти знаки, именно в византийской традиции, в христинопольском толковом апостоле XII века, и в последующей традиции толковых апостолов, как было показано в недавней статье Саввы Михеева, эти знаки сносок, вот реликтом следы их сохраняются на протяжении XV-XVI веков. Но такое обилие новых придуманных графем, которые мы видим в апостоле Александра Солтона, больше в других рукописях мы не находим. И использование знаков нотации в качестве редакторского значка, как было сделано Матфеем X, тоже других примеров мне неизвестно. Так что это все уникумы.
Ačiū. Dar turi klausimą kolegė Marian, prašom.
Большое спасибо для вас доклад. Я прошу извинения, что я немножко опоздала, и, может быть, что-то важное пропустила. Мне очень интересно было бы ваши комментарии, потому что я сама перелистала Библию Матфея 10 и как-то постаралась понять, что он там пишет на маргинесах этой книги, и никак не смогла сообразить какие-то номера, куда они, в чем их значение. И вот об этом я хотела бы вас спросить. Вот вы сказали, что это отсылки, куда они отсылаются? Я поняла, например, что часть цифр – это просто это структура текста, что вот это первый параграф, второй и третий параграф. Но все это серии, вот эти серии вот греческих, глаголических и так далее, чисел, они куда ссылаются? Что могу я как читатель делать с этой информацией? Это первый вопрос. И второй вопрос, вот это очень, как для меня выглядит, как будто бы очень негомогенная система. Вот там у него греческие буквы, там у него глаголица, там у него есть какие-нибудь свои изобретения. И там есть такая странная система, что как один это пси, и А – это 3, что вообще не имеет смысла с моей точки зрения. И откуда у него вообще это, он сам выдумал вот все эти, все эти ссылки, или он это только переписал? У него же были разные рукописи. Он вот одну книгу он из одной рукописи переписал, другую книгу он из другого источника взял. И это может быть какой-нибудь знак, что он просто переписал что-нибудь, и, может быть, он систему не понял. А может быть, он переписал, например, вот эти глаголические номера он переписал из какого-то манускрипта, и, может быть, он сам не понимал, что он там переписывает. Может быть, он даже не понял, какие это знаки. Он просто, глупо переписал глаголические цифры или греческие, или вот эти смешанные системы. Может быть, часть вот этого, что мы видим сегодня в рукописи, это просто ошибки переписца, который не понял, что он переписывает.
Мгм. Спасибо за вопрос. Это все очень важные вопросы, которые вы поставили сегодня. Действительно, в системе нумерации, которая использована в библейском сборнике Матфея 10, очень нелегко разобраться, потому что там идут наслоения одной нумерации на другой. Вы правильно отметили, что часть номеров, вот таких самых дробных, они относятся просто к отдельным чтениям, то, что мы сейчас начинаем называть стихами, но там даже еще более дробная система, при которой нумеровалось фрагменты текста, чтение в несколько слов, более дробные, чем в привычном нам издании библейских современных. Часть номеров относится к литургической разметке, потому что Матфей 10, насколько я понимаю, стремился к тому, чтобы его рукопись можно было использовать не только для чтения самостоятельного или монастырского, но именно в литургическом богослужении. И очень большая часть разметки касается указаний, когда тот или иной фрагмент текста может быть использован во время литургического года. Наконец, часть номеров относится к так называемому аппарату Ефалии. Это ряд вспомогательных текстов к священному писанию, который по преданию был составлен Ефалием и в дальнейшем был переведен в славянских странах, бытовал в ряде рукописей и указывал это вспомогательный аппарат, который содержит целый ряд указаний, какие цитаты из Ветхого Завета находятся, допустим, в новозаветных книгах, какие главы следует выделять в том или ином апостольском послании. Вот этот аппарат Ефалии включает тоже довольно много дробных таких оглавлений и указателей к библейским книгам. И этот аппарат был включен Матфеем 10 в его сборник, и он делает соответствие между теми номерами, которые использованы в самих указателях и оглавлениях в аппарате Ефалии. Он эти же номера проставляет в тексте для того, чтобы можно было найти, о каком фрагменте из аппарата Ефалии идет речь в том или ином тексте Священного Писания. И вот именно это приводит к такой очень сложной системе, большому обилию нумерации. И я полагаю, что именно это побудило Матфея 10 вот как-то пытаться решить этот вопрос, попытаться разделить различные системы нумерации, которые сплетаются буквально на полях одного листа. Его ли это номера, или он их выписал откуда-то? Ну, наверное, еще дальше следует этот вопрос изучать. Сейчас все-таки общее мнение исследователей таково, что библейский сборник Матфея 10 – это во многом результат его оригинального труда. Он, конечно, выписывал тексты самого Священного Писания, но то, как он их представлял читателю, чтобы получился полный библейский свод, это его замысел. И вот все эти нумерации, которые он туда вводит, это то, что он считал необходимым там сделать. Поэтому я не думаю, что здесь мы сталкиваемся с какими-то испорченными чтениями, ошибками переписчика, который не понял, что здесь стоит буква «А» и написал «ПСИ». Я думаю, что это все-таки сознательно сделано, когда вот он вводит такую нумерацию, бросающуюся в глаза своей необычностью. Хотя, конечно, вот буквально последние исследования показывают, что все-таки что-то могло его давать толчок к его творчеству, так как это было с толковым апостолом, который, как я полагаю, послужил основой для введения знаков нотации в качестве редакторских знаков сносок.
Ar atsakė jums, Marijonį, klausimą, Marija? Ответила ли Мария на ваш вопрос?
Большое-большое вам спасибо, это мне очень помогло. И вот этот факт, что у него, как у Скорины, было, ну, для меня было интересно, я исследовала то, что комментарии в Библии русской Скорины, и вот эта попытка копировать вот это латинский модел, когда на краю страницы есть вот отсылки к иным библейным местам. И мне очень интересно, что Матфей 10, если понимаю правильно, он что-то похожее сделал, хотел изобрести. Просто у него другая система, там в конце книги, в конце манускрипта большой аппаратус, который как-нибудь соединяет вот различные части Библии. Это очень интересно, я обязательно буду посмотреть. Большое вам спасибо.
Спасибо.
Na ir aš turiu pati dar vieną klausimą Marijai apie tą pačią knygą. Ar šitos pačios pagalbinės informacinės sistemos laikėsi rašovas pabaigęs rengti knygą? Na, kaip sakoma, kad rengia Motiejus 10 perrašinėjo ir dar galbūt vienas jo mokinys. Ar šita sistema išlaikyta visojame kodekse?
Ну, я не берусь сейчас рассуждать на тему окончания рукописи Матфея 10 подготовлено самим Матфеем или его учеником. Это остается дискуссионным вопросом, и я не могу сейчас в него углубляться. Те дополнительные тетради, которые приплетены к рукописи после записи Матфея, которые я показывала на последнем слайде, они уже не содержат, собственно, текстов Священного Писания. Это только дополнительный аппарат. Поэтому там, в принципе, не могло быть той же самой системы, поскольку там уже не было необходимости вводить такую нумерацию. Это тексты другого рода. Их очень трудно сопоставлять было бы с текстами Священного Писания и в основной части кодекса.
Ačiū, mielai Marijai, ir noriu perduoti didelę padėką tiek jai, tiek jos kolegoms, kurie parengė ir išleido ir pačios Marijos skaidrėje pristatytą faksimilę Motiejaus 10 biblinių knygų sąvado. Tai leidžia su šita rankraštinė knyga susipažinti gerokai platesniam tyrėjų ratui. Ir štai jau šiandieną pirmi ženklai, kad užsienio tyrėjus šis kodeksas taip pat domina ir galbūt atsiras naujų tyrimų, naujų įžvalgų, galbūt atsiras katalikiško aspekto įžvalgos ir galimybę palyginti taip, kaip šiandieną mokslininkai diskutuoja dėl Pranciškaus Skorinos, rusieniškosios Biblijos ir mažosios kelionių knygelės, tam tikrų objektų, dalykų, iš kurios raštijos tradicijos yra atėję, o kasgi iš tikrųjų yra visiškai nauja. Tai dar kartą labai dėkoju Marijai ir tikiuosi, kad mes sulauksime šito teksto kaip straipsnio į knygotyros rinkinį skirtą Skorinai ir renesansiniai knygai, nes Motiejaus 10 biblinis sąvadas tikrai atitinka puikiausių renesansinių knygų pavyzdį ir jis atstovauja Lietuvos kultūrą. Tad ačiū dar kartą Marijai. Ir dabar jau žiūriu į mūsų technikus. Gal mes turime prisijungusią kolegę Tatjaną Vilkul, šiuo metu reziduojančią Varšuvoje ir atstovaujančią ukrainietiškąją tradiciją rankraštinių knygų tyrimo. Tai tada prašyčiau savo pranešimą perskaityti gerbiamą Tatjaną, kuri jau taip pat ne vienus metus nagrinėja tiek Sovijaus sakmę, tiek Judėjų kroniką, tiek chronografo nuorašą saugomą Vilniuje, Vrublevskių bibliotekoje. Labas rytas, gerbiama Tatjana, smagu Jūs matyti. Sveika, gyva ir besišypsančia.
Good morning. I'm now in Paris, and first of all, I express my great gratitude to the organizers, and I must say the conference has attracted a lot of interest in Kyiv, especially in Vernadsky National Library. The topic of my talk tackle the manuscripts. The Judean chronograph is one of the important witnesses of Rus literacy raised in the vicinity of Galician Volhynian princes. It might belong to the 13th century, but its dating mainly depends on how to read the legend of Sovi placed on its pages. Lithuanian scholars do not require an explanation of what the legend is. However, a few short remarks need to be made about the Judean chronograph itself. Sometimes it is called also as the Jewish Chronicle. This text is known in the archival Vilna and Warsaw manuscripts of the 15th, 16th centuries. The genre of chronograph means a compilation of fragments or the collection of fragments of various biblical historical books, apocrypha, and translated Byzantine chronicles. The chronographs vary in size and composition because old Rus scribes produced them by the experiences of their own minds and the available libraries. The Judean chronograph we are interested in apparently influenced the compiler of the Galician Volhynia Chronicle. As is mentioned at above, it contains the legend of Sovi with notes on pagan Lithuanian customs and some chronological calculations at the end. The dating of the whole chronograph depends on how to interpret that calculation. Usually believe that it led to the time of the second half of the 13th century, or more precisely to 1262 years. Excuse me. The text of Sovi represents, in his finishing section, represents only the second part of the calculation, from Abimelech to the date of writing chronograph, to the date where was written those books, while the number of years from Adam to Abimelech is missing. To solve this riddle, scholars have resorted to reconstructions. Factically, the research history of the problem of the date of composition of the Judean chronograph, covered by Mikhail Obolensky, 1851, and his critics, in particular, Francis Thompson, 1998, and Alexei Tolochko, 2019. The Obolensky's main points were clear. As a biblical king Abimelech is associated with Abraham, we know the missing number of years from Creatio Mundi to the Abimelech. On Nestor the Rus Chronicles chronology, from Adam to Flood are 2242 years, and from Flood to Abraham are 1082 years. In total, it's equal 3324 years. To add to this 3446, the period from Abimelech and cursed Sovi up to the year when these books of the Judean chronograph were written, we obtained 6770 years, or 1262 AD. That way of argumentation was adopted by Ilya Lemeshkin and reflected in the name of his book, Sovios Sakme ir Chronographas. However, many scholars raised the question of veracity of Gobelensky calculations. Francis Thompson wrote that knowing of the Julian chronograph sources is far from perfect, while available to all Jewish author Byzantine Chronicles by George Martelos, by John Malalas and others present great variety in figures of lives of descendants of Adam and patriarchs. So the calculations would direct not to the precisely date of 1262, but to the broad period from the 12th to the 14th century. Later, Alexei Tolochko claimed that, first, the compiler of Julian chronograph does not rely on Nestor's chronology and might not have known the tale of bygone years, or the primary chronicle, or the Nestor chronicle at all. And second, since Abraham was acquainted with Abimelech in the land of Canaan, it is necessary to plus 75 or even 100 years from his birth to his arrival to the land of Canaan, where he met Abimelech, to the figure of 3224. As a result, the date of the compilation of the chronograph moves to the 14th century. However, none of these critical remarks stands up to further examination. Though the sources of the Legion of Soviet were elaborated many times, most comprehensively by Ilya Lemeshkin, who scrutinized, for example, the Chronicle of George Martelos inserts, the role of the primary chronicle left obscure so far. Only very recently, close textual examination of the section of the Judean chronograph next to the Soviet Legion reveals series of quotas from the primary chronicle, amongst the inserts from Hamartelos, which were unnoticed by the previous scholars. The left column in this table contains the text of the Judean chronograph. In the middle is the text of Chronicle of Hamartelos, which was its main source, and the right column comprises the fragments of the primary chronicle, which is the source of inserts. They are marked in red, these inserts. As you can see, the Judean chronograph shares the main body of the text with Hamartelos. However, some readings do not coincide with Hamartelos at all. You see, и потом жит Фара лет 135 и умре. И first phrase, the Chronicle of Hamartelos. И потом жит Фара лет 135 и умре. Жив же всех лет 205, жив всех лет 205, беже и той умиротворец, беже и той умиротворец, and so on. But there are inserts. It is changed the number of years, and we see some meager citation from the primary chronicle. In particular, от Адама до Авраама, и сам Сгаре and other smaller ones came from the tale of bygone years. The same can be said of the numbers. And I see the Isam Sgari here. Tolochko pointed out that the figure 3324 does not correspond with the original Martellus 32 years from Adam to Abraham. But he assumed the impact of the Antiochian era, minus 5,500 instead of 55 and 80 years here. Now it is clear that the figure 3324 is calculated from the primary chronicle, indeed, and correlated with other borrowings from the same text. Since the primary chronicle became one of the additional sources of the compiler of the chronograph, the questioned Nestor chronology has transformed into a real fact. The next questionable point was that scholars should take into account that Abraham did not meet Abimelech right at birth. The matter is that medieval historians often had a complicated relationship with numbers. Let me exemplify that with a biblical story related to the same Abraham in Genesis. The patriarch first had a son by slave Hagar. After God commanded circumcision, Abraham did his bidding along with his entire household. Ishmael was 13 years old at that time. Genesis 17, verse 25. Then Isaac was born to Abraham by his wife Sarah. Seeing that Ishmael had heard the young Isaac while playing, Sarah demanded that the slave girl and her child be thrown out. Abraham listened to his wife and sent the slave girl into the desert, carrying the child on her shoulders. 13th, or if we make some calculations, about 15 years old. Especially impressive is the scene when they run out of water and Ishmael is again depicted as a baby, not even as a toddler. Hagar takes him far away so as not to see the death of her child, as if he could not yet walk. Neither the author nor the readers are at all concerned that Ishmael must have been over 15 years old by this time. Thus, it is very likely the compiler of the chronograph unsophisticatedly used numbers of sources that he had dug up. Such presupposition correlates with the general observations that the author of medieval historical works do not necessarily take the trouble to reconcile all the available figures. And to sum up, the fact that the chronograph compiler has consulted the primary chronicle and sometimes made insertions from its text might affect the whole picture of the textual history of the chronograph. Scholars must keep in mind those unnoticed previously testimonies in their reconstructions. The impact of the primary chronicle compels us to reconsider the process of the composition of the chronograph's opening sections, because the primary chronicle very differ from the traditional chronographical sources. On the other hand, so to speak, on conservative hand, on the new level of textual studies, we return to the Abolinsky schema. Use of the old Russian source supports and justifies all calculations leading up to 1262. It does not require reconsideration, not at least. Thank you for your attention.
Ačiū Tatjanai už pranešimą. Jis tik tai dar kartą paliudija, kokių kompetencijų reikia raštijos istorikam ir kiek reikia žinių. O štai Sovijaus mitas ir judėjų kronika Lietuvos raštijos tyrėjams yra labai svarbus, nes jie siejami su pačiais pirmaisiais raštijos paminklais Lietuvos didžiojoje kunigaikštystėje ir Mindaugo karaliavimu. Dabar žiūriu į kolegės, ar turi klausimų Tatjanai šią temą. Tokia sudėtinga ir mums pakankamai tolima, dar mažai nagrinėta. Marion, turite?
Yes. Should I ask in English or in Russian?
Maybe it should be better in Russian for the speed.
Сейчас я еще что-нибудь выключился. Да. Надо сказать, что я сейчас в Вильнюсе первый раз встретила вот с этой легендой о Сове. Она для меня незнакомая, я из Германии, и это для нас как-нибудь табула раса. Поэтому меня интересует вопрос, в каком контексте появляется вот эта легенда о литовских древностей, вот это, насколько я понимаю, как начался обычай крематации или как-нибудь, ну что-нибудь в этом смысле, в каком смысле это входит именно в хронику, которую вы исследовали. Вот эта черниговская летопись, в каком контексте появляется вот эта литовская легенда?
Она большая, там... Ага, вот, значит...
Ну, потому что, насколько я понимаю, вот это...
Значит, она большая. Я думала, что как бы это вот в Литве как бы не требуется уже текст, потому что целая большая книга посвящена разбору, в общем-то, как бы... такого фрагмента, который занимает где-то, наверное, одну страницу, может быть, чуть больше текста рукописного. Вот. Но я сейчас просто процитирую. «Скажем, поганские прелести быти сецевой в Литве нашей. Совебе человек, уловивший ему дививе, превзем от него 9 селезенец, даст испечь роженым от него детям». И далее рассказывается, значит, ну, в таких выносказаниях античных, с античными мотивами, пересказывается, ну, как бы, вот, процесс кремации, да, вот, как якобы его сын, этого Совия, спустился в ад, и отец его пытался устроить спать, и, значит, погребе и в земли. Наутре его проси его вставшего, добро ли, покоище имел еси, он ему возопишу ему, ох, черви, изъеден был. Вот. А вот далее, последний раз, наутре же створив краду огненную великую, и вержи и на огонь, наутре же вопроси его, добрый и почил еси. Он ему же рекшу, яко детищ в колебели сладко спах. И далее следует: «О великая прелесть дьявольская, я же введе в литовские роды, в Ятвязи, в Пруссии, в Еме, в Лип, и в иные многие языки, и совицею наречут, сомнящие душа своим суща проводника в ад Совия, бывшему в Литаве Мелеха, и же ныне мертвого телеса свои сожигают на крадах, яко же Ахиллеос, и Янт, и Непоряду, и так далее, Елине, сию прелесть Совию веде вне, и же приносите жертву скверным богом, Мандиеве, и Перкунове, рекше Грому, и же Варуне, рекше Суце, и Телявеле кузнецу, сковавшей ему солнце, яко светите по земле, и возвергшую ему на небо солнце». И вот в конце finishing remark, значит, вот с этими самыми расчетами хронологическими. «Сишь прелесть скверная, прииде вне от Елин, лет же имеют от Авимелеха и многого роду скверного Совия, до сего лета вняже почахам писати книги си, есть лет во 3446 лет то и было». Вот. То есть она большая, вот эта сама легенда. Там, значит, как сын спускается в ад, отец его привечает, укладывает спать, вот, и в том числе там сжигает. Потом вот это следует вот эта большая, тоже достаточно ремарка о языческих божествах Литвы и всяческих нечестивых поганских обычаях. И в конце только третья часть, самая маленькая, эти вот калькуляции. Поскольку в них содержится вот эта вот часть, то, которая написана до того времени, как написаны книги сия, вот, то на них основывают, значит, датировку самого иудейского хронографа, потому что иных данных нет. Сами рукописи 15 и 16 века. Ну, это обычно. Вот. Я ответила на вопрос?
Большое спасибо за цитату. Я, по крайней мере, сейчас понимаю, о ком идет речь точно в этой легенде. Но мне пока еще не ясно, в каком контексте вот эта легенда упоминается в летописи. Насколько я понимаю, она как-нибудь... Она связывается с Абимелехом и так далее, значит, там дается вот какая-то хронология в то время, когда в Палестине жил Авраам, Абимелех и так далее. В Литве происходило то же самое, происходило вот это. Меня просто интересно, например, когда упоминается вот эта легенда, например, идет речь о какой-нибудь большой битве черниговцев, где они выиграли что-нибудь, или какая-то, и в это время вот Руси начали вот это властвовать и так далее. Мне просто интересно, в каком контексте, или это какая-то вот дикая древность, когда жил Авраам и так далее, и в Литве тоже жили вот такие, просто немножко больше о том, какая функция этот текст имеет в летописи.
Да, спасибо большое. Тут еще такая вещь, что хронику, ну, по-английски обозначает и летопись, и хронограф. Речь идет об иудейском хронографе, а это именно огромная такая компиляция на там около 700 листов, где повествование как раз начинается от сотворения мира, вот, и где использованы материалы из бытия, использован потом и там материалы из других библейских книг, там из Иисуса Навина, из Исхода и так далее. Вот. И это вот как раз та часть, где идут материалы, подобранные из бытия, из жизни патриархов. То есть там и до того, и после того речь идет об Аврааме, и использованы материалы из Четьей книги «Бытия», из Паремийной, то есть служебной книги «Бытия», использованы выписки из хроники Георгия Маркова, использованы выписки из хроники Иоанна Малалы, использованы в начальной части, там пока еще идет сотворение мира, там еще идет шестодневие Иоанна Экзарха Болгарского, еще там другие выписки. То есть это чисто вот библейская компиляция. В данном случае речь идет как раз о библейской истории. То есть легенда о библейской и античной истории. То есть легенда очень хорошо вписывается в контекст вот такой вот древней античной истории. И, ну, как бы... ее связи с такими иногда не сильно ожидаемыми источниками проследил Илья Лемешкин, потому что там очень еще большое внимание именно процессу самого сожигания и вот я не знаю, археологи говорят, нехороший такой термин, трупосожжение, в общем. Вот. Он проследил как бы такие, ну, тайны, неочевидные связи. Но, в принципе, она вот немножко выбивается из контекста, что вдруг вот из библейской истории речь заходит о литовской, но это связано именно тем, и античной истории, но это связано именно тем, что античные мотивы связываются, что вот язычество пришло оттуда из такого давнего прошлого, и что это вот ошибки там прадедов, вот в этом роде.
Большое спасибо.
Ačiū gerbiamai Tatjanai už paaiškinimus, patikslinimus, o taip pat labai noriu padėkoti už tą tokį tvirtą pagrindimą 1262 metų. Tai labai svarbu. Ir va, tos sąsajos, pagonybės ir tas toks paprastas paaiškinimas ir kodėl tas tekstas apie Soviją atsirado tame kontekste. Visa tai dar kartą liudija, kad plačiai auditorijai, ypatingai skaitančiai vakarų Europoje, LDK rankraštinė knyga, rankraštiniai tekstai ir pati tradicija dar yra labai mažai žinoma. Bet jinai, vėlgi, kai apie ją pradėti pasakot, atskleisti, tai darosi labai įdomu ir labai dažnai atneša naujų požiūrių, naujų aspektų, kartais įžiebia diskusiją arba palaiko vieną ar kitą. Ir turiu pasakyti, gal vėlgi ne visi žino, kad ir dėl šitos Sovijaus sakmės vyksta taip pat diskusijos dėl jos reikalingumo, vėlgi tarp tų pačių mūsų raštijos tyrėjų, tarp daktaro Lemeškino ir daktaro Sergejaus Temčino. Tad štai gerbiamas Tatjanos tyrimai labai dažnai ir tyrimų rezultatai labai dažnai sudeda specialius taškelius tam tikrose diskusijose ir svarstyklės pakreipia į vieną ar kitą pusę. Ir tas toks nepriklausomas žvilgsnis iš Ukrainos tyrėjų yra mums taip pat labai svarbus. Ačiū gerbiamai Tatjanai, ačiū visiems, kas mūsų klausėsi. Galiu pasakyti, kad šitoje sekcijoje dėl nelaimės Nadios susirgimo turėjome privilegiją pakalbėti ir padiskutuoti plačiau. Ačiū visiems mūsų klausiusiems ir linkiu sėkmingo dalyvavimo kitose sekcijose. Kviečiu prisijungti ir išklausyti tiek demonstracinį pranešimą apie knygų spausdinimo vaidmenį poezijos raidoje Renesanso laikais, kuris skaitys profesorius Sergejus Kovalovas iš Marijos Kiuri Sklodowskos universiteto, tiek išklausyti kitas sekcijas apie senąją Lietuvos knygos spausdintosios kultūrą, tiek apie asmeninės bibliotekas ir visa kita. Dėkoju už dėmesį.
Sveiki atvykę į Mažoją konferencijos salę. Laikas pradėti mūsų sekciją. Ir šeštoji mūsų sekcija tai yra spausdintinių medijų kultūros savitumai 15-17 amžiuje. Dear guests, you are welcome to participate at this section. And now we will start our session. Mūsų sekcijoje turime 3 pranešimus. We have 3 guests presentation at this session. Ir pirmasis yra Renate Berga iš Latvijos nacionalinės bibliotekos. Turime viešnią, kuri mums pristatys pranešimą Rygos akademinės gimnazijos 1631-1710 disertacijos ir Europos tradicija. So, welcome.
Good morning, dear colleagues. I'm really happy to participate in this magnificent event. I will start with my report today, and the purpose of my report is to introduce the audience to a type of text mostly characteristic of the 16th to 18th century. The works of gymnasium students, which are commonly called early modern dissertations. These texts are written in Latin, or more precisely in Neo-Latin, according to the era, and they are based in references and connections with ancient culture, from which the ideals of the Renaissance and humanism were drawn, as well as Christianity, which had shaped the contours of society and academic culture in early modern Europe. First, a brief look at the history of the origin and development of these texts. On the screen you see the title page of a dissertation from Riga within the framework of this tradition. The roots of the tradition of dissertations can be found in the very ancient culture. It has developed in the Middle Ages until it became an integral part of the academic life of the following centuries. Pupils and students actively learned the art of debating during the entire educational process, both by participating themselves and listening to debates in the auditorium. Since the university system began to form in Europe, students have learned to argue and discuss various issues related to the fields of science with the aim of getting closer to the essence, the truth contained in the issue, or to practice the use of language and argumentation methods. Starting from the 19th century, this method was no longer considered appropriate, and it marks a change in the educational program. It began to change according to the more, let's say, utilitarian needs of society, where Latin and disputations were seen as some relics of the past. Also, in the course of this century, the demands for perfect spoken Latin disappeared, and thus such dissertations were also considered unnecessary. However, Latin, of course, continued to be taught as a subject. The book printing technique introduced in the middle of the 15th century developed rapidly. In the next century, it was possible to print a summary of theses, which served as the basis for the oral act of disputation, as well as later dissertations themselves. This allowed them to be accessed and preserved regardless of when the text was discussed in the audience, as well as allowing it to be used later as a basis for continuing the discussion. In this way, the dissertations not only gained more independence from the Oral Defense Act, but it also ensured their preservation. Also, the title disputatio, thesis, etc. are often found on the title pages of these texts. In modern scientific literature, the assumption is established that the oral presentation itself, which took place in the audience, is called disputation, while the manuscript or printed text that was the basis for this disputation is called a dissertation. In the educational process, 3 persons were involved in this disputation act. It was the professor, supervisor, who was called president, from the Latin praeses. Secondly, it was the student or respondent, and, of course, the opponent. It is important to point out that the opponent's names and arguments were not reflected in dissertation texts until the 18th century. Therefore, their names are unknown to us, which is a significant difference between these dissertations and the modern ones. It is important to note that there are several more differences that distinguish these early modern dissertations from the modern ones. The first thing to mention is that the dissertations did not necessarily have to contain scientific novelty, new discoveries, and conclusions. The main task of these texts was to improve the students' skills in defending arguments in front of the public, as well as improving their oral Latin language. Another important difference is that the dissertation was not always the student's own individual work, but rather as a joint work of the respondent and president. It should be mentioned that the president could also be the only author of the text. Thus, identifying the author of the text is one of the most difficult questions faced by researchers of these texts. Also, as these texts are not extensive, thus physically these small quarto format 8 to 16 page brochures differ from today's massive scientific researches. One more important nuance should be mentioned. Generally accepted practice provided for the possibility of borrowing entire paragraphs and even parts of texts from other works without providing references to them. It can be said that the concept of plagiarism in early modern times was different from its understanding today, just as these dissertations were not considered academic texts in full. I would also like to highlight the place of the gymnasium as an educational institution in the early modern education system. The curriculum of the gymnasiums that arose in the post-Renaissance era was generally based on theological studies, thus much attention was paid to the study of Latin, ancient Greek, and ancient Hebrew. This is explained by the fact that the task of these educational institutions was to educate church officials, teachers, and administrative staff who needed training in Latin, rhetoric, theology. It is also necessary to point out that the concept of an academic gymnasium in early modern times was different from a gymnasium in the modern sense. Thus, in the education system, the gymnasium is placed in the middle between lower educational institutions, for example, such as church schools and universities. A good example of where this is formulated is the school regulations drawn up in Sweden in 1649, which indicates the division of education levels. I'm citing, there should be 3 different types of educational institutions. We call the highest academies, those immediately preceding we call gymnasium, and the last trivial schools. And the second quotation, since the gymnasia have an interposition between trivial schools and academies, their lectures and exercises should be arranged in a way so that they are slightly higher than in schools, but lower than in academies. As for the debating act itself, the participants were required to discuss clearly, modestly, and by heart. Everyone who participates in the debate, including those in the audience, must observe good manners, should not be sarcastic or mocking. Especially the president must not offend the opponent. The opponent himself must also observe the same. The importance of the Disputation Act is confirmed by the emphasis in the rules of several Swedish gymnasiums that non-attendance of disputations could also be punished. The works of students of the Riga Academic Gymnasium were printed in the city printing house starting from the foundation of the gymnasium in 1631. Currently, around 120 editions of dissertations of Riga Academic Gymnasium have been identified. They are stored in repositories of early prints in Latvia, Estonia, and Germany, some of them even in 2 or 3 copies. Analyzing the structure and typographic layout of dissertations written in the Riga Academic Gymnasium, it has been concluded that the structure of these texts has followed the principles of a previously established structure borrowed from European educational institutions, and it has remained almost unchanged throughout the century. The first structural element that the researcher focuses on is the title page. On the left side of the screen, you see a dissertation printed in Wittenberg in 1603, presented by Hermann Samson, a theology student at the time, under the guidance of Professor Leonhard Hutter. On the right side, a dissertation written in Riga in 1637, where Samson, who became the professor of theology at the Riga Academic Gymnasium, is already a president. So typically, of the Baroque era, the title page is informatively very rich, which at the same time has a very stable and by no means chaotic structure. The title of the dissertation is followed by information about its authors. In absolutely all cases, the president is mentioned first, regardless of whether he is the author of the text or just supervisor. Here you see sub praesidio Hutteri, and in Riga case, praeside et autore Samsonio. This is followed by the mention of the respondent. On the screen, proponite exhibet Hermannus Samsonius, and in the second case, respondente Jacobo Friedrichs. At the end of the title page, there is always information about where and when the disputation is taking place. In the case of Riga, the gymnasium is usually mentioned here in different forms, for example, in collegio Rigensium, in gymnasio Rigensi, or even metaphorically, for example, in almo Rigensium Atenaio. Information about the date and time of the event is also almost indispensable. There are title pages where the date and even the months are omitted because it is supposed to be written by hand. Often the printed date has been changed to another, or even the one already written has been crossed out and changed to another. Thus we can see that the disputation has been postponed. The title page closes with imprint details, place, printer, and the year of printing in Roman or Arabic numerals. If the year is lacking, then it can be deduced from the year of reading the disputation, which is usually mentioned above. A typical and almost indispensable element of the dissertation genre are dedications, and this section can be found on the verso of the title page. This is a very important structural element because it reveals the relationship of the respondent, who is typically the author of the dedication, to his benefactors and supporters, in hierarchical order, starting with the most important person. The most influential officials and pastors of the respondent's hometown are mentioned. And in the case of Riga, most often, so it's Burgmaster of Riga, syndic, members of the town council, Lutheran pastors, as well as often gymnasium professors and benefactors, patrons, merchants, craftsmen, fellow students and friends. They are thanked for their support in the student's educational process, often revealing the relationship between the client and the patron, as well as evidence of the social network existing in the academic and cultural life of the respective city or even the region. The tradition of dedicating the dissertation to a person or persons who supported the creation of the work is still practiced today, in some cases, by placing a short dedication text at the beginning of the doctoral thesis. Finally, as the last structural element, the occasional poetry added at the end of the dissertation should be mentioned. It is a congratulatory poetry based on the tradition of ancient poetry, which is used in these works to congratulate the respondents. Considering that the reading of the dissertation was an important event in the student's life, very often a congratulatory poem was composed in the respondent's honor, usually by his schoolmates, but sometimes by one of the teaching staff, and in very rare cases it could also be the president. In the case of the texts of Riga Academic Gymnasium, it can be observed that the occasional poetry is mostly composed in hexameter and elegiac distich. The poetry mentions persons, deities, and gives allusions to ancient world, as well as references to texts of classical authors. Anagrams and word games were especially popular. You can also see an example on the screen where the name of the congratulated respondent was used to create an anagram. My further task is to carefully analyze and compare the local peculiarities that have manifested themselves during the century, as well as the unifying and different elements of the dissertations of Riga Academic Gymnasium and analogous texts from other countries. Currently, it can be concluded that the structure of the dissertations of the Riga Academic Gymnasium coincides with the dissertations of gymnasiums and universities created in Europe in the 17th century, and all types of elements forming the structure are presented. Dissertations that have survived to this day provide researchers with direct evidence of the level of knowledge, circulation, and application in the specific educational institution. In the meantime, it is possible to discover new aspects of the study process and the operation of educational institutions by analyzing the rituals of the academic environment, learning material, work regime, and resources, and the individual social and economic situation of students. Also, these publications are an invaluable source of information for research on the representatives of the 17th century Riga academic and cultural life. At the end, very shortly, similarly as Lithuanian colleagues reflect on SKORINA's work now, I would also like to take the opportunity as a representative of the National Library of Latvia and to introduce you to a series of events dedicated to Latvian book publishing, celebrating the 500 years anniversary of the oldest known book printed in the Latvian language, which unfortunately has not survived nowadays. It is assumed that the first book in Latvian was printed in 1525, as there is the oldest known information about a printed text in Latvian from protocols of the cathedral dean Johannes Brandes of the city of Lübeck. Thus, in preparation for this anniversary, the National Library of Latvia has taken a proactive role and invites us to highlight several issues. Firstly, so it is phenomenon of the written word and text included in the context of increasing audiovisual media dominance and digitization. It is comprehensiveness of the communication circuit of the book. It is interdisciplinarity and overarching scope of the printed word, books, written texts. It is viability of national languages in the Baltic Sea region over centuries despite changing ideologies, economical and technological challenges, and the role of printing and book. I sincerely invite you all to follow the activities of the National Library of Latvia during these next years and to explore the events, exhibitions and conferences to come, letting us meet and work together again. Thank you.
For your presentation, and we have a question from online auditory.
Okay.
So, question is: have Riga Gymnasium own printed house where the dissertation were published?
No, it is not a similar case to Vilnius. Riga Academic Gymnasium dissertations were printed in city typographers' shops. So city typographers were responsible for printing texts ordered by city council and as well as educational institutions. If I answered correctly, yes?
I think so. No, we have another question. So thank you very much, Renata, for your presentation, for your investigations, and good luck. Ačiū pranešėjai, dėkojame pranešėjai ir kviečiame pranešėjai iš Varšuvos universiteto, iš Lenkijos, profesorė daktarė Gražina Jurkovlanės, kuri mums pristatys pranešimą Hanso Daupmano Karaliaučiaus leidyklos pradžia. Stage is yours.
Thank you so much for the invitation, for this kind introduction. In the dedicatory address to Albrecht, Duke of Prussia, Hans Daubmann announces a collection of Johannes Brandt's sermons as the first fruit of his Königsberg printing house, where he purportedly completed the printing on 19th of March, 1554. This reference, however, as scholars have already noted, raises substantial doubts, as in April 54, Daubmann is recorded in the Nuremberg prison, and the document in which the council allowed him to leave the city is only dated to 28th of May. Researchers usually assume, therefore, that Daubmann arrived in Prussia in June at the earliest. However, even before he obtained the permission to leave Nuremberg, he had already sent his agent to Königsberg with the equipment of the printing shop. It is precisely this equipment, in particular the woodblocks, that will be the main focus of my talk. The first task is a reconstruction of Daubmann's stock in Nuremberg. The second issue is an assessment of how much of this equipment he actually took along to Königsberg and whether this collection proved to be sufficient. A reflection upon required additions, including both replacing old blocks and commissioning new matrices, will lead us to the third point, the remarks on how Daubmann used this stock, especially in his early years in Königsberg. A reconstruction of Daubmann's stock in Nuremberg, as usual in this kind of research, is based for the most part on impressions that might be found in existing publications, with some support, however, in written sources. Daubmann's earliest books are unillustrated, and the woodcuts only appear in his publications from 1548. This almost coincides with the contract signed on the 1st of September 1547 between Daubmann and one of Nuremberg's most prominent printers, Hans Guldenmund, according to which the latter sold out the equipment of his printing shop. The stock encompassed items labeled as Gemälde, usually recognized as woodblocks. Judging from the amount that Daubmann paid to Guldenmund in two installments in 1547 and 1549, the transaction must have encompassed a significant number of printing matrices. Indeed, comparing Guldenmund's and Daubmann's production reveals that they used consecutively a large amount of the same blocks. This stock must have included at least some blocks with the images of rulers, signed by Michael Ostendorfer in 1545. Another group that Daubmann plausibly took over was a series of ornamental initials. The stock also included various individual, meaning not belonging to any series, matrices, such as the Last Judgment, which Daubmann, following Guldenmund, used on title pages of his publications. In this case, however, Gulden was not the first owner of the woodblock either, as several books printed by Friedrich Peupus in 1517 and 18 demonstrate. This brings us to the probably most interesting group of blocks Daubmann acquired from Guldenmund. The series with gospel scenes, all of similar size, but varied in style. The nucleus of this series, and its artistically most prominent part, is usually associated with Albrecht Dürer's cycle. The cycle, plausibly conceived to illustrate gospel pericopes, was begun in the first or second decade of the 16th century. Several scenes were plausibly still wanting around 1520. The earliest evidence of the use of this series in books is associated with Hans Guldenmund. In 1534 and 36, he published two plenaria, both only reconstructible from single pages or woodcuts cut out from the original volumes, and now dispersed in various collections. These remains show that Guldenmund used almost all items from the original set. He also replaced a few matrices apparently lost or destroyed with copies, and most importantly, he supplemented the unfinished set, adding several missing scenes. When Daubmann took over Guldenmund's stock in 1547, the earliest items of the discussed series were significantly worn out. Nevertheless, Daubmann used them in his first profusely illustrated print, that is, Veit Dietrich's Sermons, published in 1548. Briefly, the stock purchased from Guldenmund in late 1547 provided Daubmann with a substantial number of woodblocks, but he still could not regard his equipment as satisfactory in terms of both the state of preservation and consistency of the thematic series. Soon afterwards, Daubmann acquired a further, less numerous but more coherent group of blocks from the Erfurt printer Melchior Sachse. This must have been between 1548, when the series was still used by Sachse himself, and 50, when the bulk of woodblocks were used by Daubmann in a collection of sermons by Michael Cellius. The question remains whether Daubmann purchased Sachse's set, having recently paid back Guldenmund in 1549, or merely borrowed it. Either way, Sachse died in 1551, and the stocks remained with Daubmann. Daubmann, meanwhile, was further expanding his equipment. From 1549 onwards, Daubmann acquired further blocks, even if in some instances it remains obscure whether these were new or, which is more likely, recycled, as is the case of the decorative borders used in the calendars. Nonetheless, it seems that a few series were produced specifically for Daubmann. This concerns a series of initials with mythological scenes and also a set of woodblocks used consistently to illustrate the popular anthology of medical text, usually titled Arzneibuch. The latter group of blocks faithfully reproduces the compositions known from the earlier edition of the Arzneibuch issued by the aforementioned Melchior Sachse in Erfurt. A particularly prominent group among the matrices commissioned by Daubmann in this period was again a cycle of gospel scenes. Vis-à-vis the old series purchased from Guldenmund, and also that acquired from Sachse, This third set is distinguished beginning with the size, suitable for publications in folio. Daubmann first used this series in a postil by Johann Spangenberg in 1550, and then complemented with a few scenes to illustrate the postil by Caspar Huberinus, published between 1550 and 53. The individual scenes are modeled on respective items from an extremely popular series designed by Hans Brossamer and first published in Leipzig in 1544. The success of Brossamer's series in Nuremberg was due to the appearance of the original blocks in the shop of Johann von Berg and Ulrich Neuber in 1549. Von Berg and Neuber also provided Daubmann with inspiration concerning the design of the printer's device. From the late 1540s, Daubmann used a few designs of the title page borders in octavo, one of which included an image of a wild man, plausibly alluding to his name. Daubmann, occasionally written Taubmann, which at the time meant not only deaf, but also numb and stupid. Von Berg and Neuber were also among the printers who included their emblem in the title page borders. The scene of transfiguration on Mount Tabor, alluding to von Berg Mount name. Subsequently, Daubmann chose Christ of the Good Shepherd as his emblem, which he had in 3 sizes, each plausibly inspired by von Berg and Neuber's respective devices. Thus, by the spring of 1554, Daubmann had a substantial stock of woodcut blocks in various sizes, covering various thematic cycles and functions. Determining how much of this stock went to Königsberg is based, like the reconstruction of the Nuremberg stock, on the use of particular matrices in print, and again, not only in Daubmann's print, but also of his heirs. For instance, the Temptation of Christ from Sachse's set was probably never reused by Daubmann in Königsberg, but is attested in the books printed by his heir, Georg Osterberger. An ever more spectacular example is the series of ornamental initials Daubmann had acquired from Guldenmund. I have so far never come across the letter Q from this set in Daubmann's print, issued either in Nuremberg or in Königsberg. It is rather implausible that Guldenmund would keep a single letter from the alphabet for himself. A more likely alternative would be that the letter went lost, but this is not the case here. The letter Q remains unaccounted for in either Daubmann's or Osterberger's outcome, but does reappear in Königsberg in Osterberger's follower, Johann Fabricius' books, only in the early 17th century. Considering not only Daubmann's, but also his heir's output, there are reasons to assume that he left some parts of the original stock in Nuremberg. This applies in particular to the aforementioned oldest series, dating back to the early 16th century. Neither its snow clothes cut in Dürer's workshop, nor Guldenmund's addenda recur in Königsberg prints, which might suggest that the blocks were too damaged. Indeed, some were in bad state in 1548, as we have seen. However, such a conclusion, although seemingly reasonable, would be also premature. In fact, many impressions from the discussed series have survived, which, judging for instance from the broken-off frames, were produced later than in 1548, probably in Nuremberg, but certainly not in Königsberg. So either Daubmann himself was trying to sell single prints from this series still in Nuremberg, also before 54, or, which seems more plausible, he passed this set to another Nuremberg printer between 48 and 54. Both other series, the one acquired from Sachse and that commissioned by Daubmann himself, do recur in Königsberg. The former, however, seems to have been used by Daubmann only incidentally and not as a set, rather to impress single images. The biggest series, in contrast, reappears in a few publications, starting with Brandt's collection of sermons mentioned at the outset, presented by Daubmann as the first fruit of his shop in Prussia. Inevitably, the question recurs as to where the later collection was actually printed. It is a well-known phenomenon that the places and dates of publication given on the title pages, dedications, or colophons of 16th century prints are sometimes rather unreliable. One might hypothesize, therefore, that Daubmann, while still in Nuremberg, sent to Prussia the printed book, as he is likely to have done with another book, a collection by Caspar Huberinus. Nonetheless, there are reasons to believe that at least the dedicatory parts were in fact printed in Königsberg. A significant motive is the coat of arms of the Duke of Prussia. The impression was yielded from the matrix whose earlier user was Alexander Oezdecki, a Czech printer who ran a printing shop in Königsberg from 49 to 58. Again, it's difficult to tell whether Oezdecki lent or sold the woodblock to Daubmann, as I identified no further impressions hitherto. Either way, Daubmann soon stocked up on several designs and sizes of Albrecht's coat of arms, which brings us smoothly to the issue of supplementing the stock in Königsberg. In Daubmann's Königsberg prints, a new series of initials appear, whose elegant floral designs might seem surprising in the rather provincial milieu as Prussia was. Earlier impressions of this set, however, can be found in books printed in Königsberg by Hans Luft, one of the most prominent printers of Wittenberg, who established a branch in Königsberg in 1549. He closed this branch in 1553, also just before Daubmann's arrival. And it's somewhat obscure what happened with the equipment, as the discussed alphabet only reappears in Daubmann's prints in the 1560s, as if it had remained unused for almost a decade. The 1560s also saw a more significant addition to Daubmann's stock, which was linked in most part to two kinds of work he printed repeatedly. Besides the Prussian Chronicle, illustrated with a set of coat of arms of the Grand Master of the Teutonic Order, Daubmann issued a number of catechetical writings in various languages, which prompted him to increase the repertoire of matrices suitable for decoration of this genre. The final issue of our inquiry touches on how he used his stock, with a special emphasis of the series of gospel scenes. It may seem that the illustrations of works with strongly conventionalized programs, such as postils, should be predominantly repetitive. Also, some scenes might have been used interchangeably as generic depictions of Christ teaching the apostles. Some designs, however, are only seemingly generic, as they include additional motifs referring to a specific message. For instance, on reconciliation, which is anchored in one particular pericope. More serious were problems resulting from the lack of an adequate matrix, which prompted printers to find a possibly suitable replacement. Daubmann is no exception. Lacking several specific scenes, he used some matrices more than once, more or less reasonably. Let's focus on illustrations of a few pericopes recounting Christ's miracles from the large set of gospel scenes. The pericope for the second Sunday of Lent recalls the request of a Canaanite woman for the healing of her daughter. The gospel for the 24th Sunday after Trinity recounts the raising of the daughter of Jairus and of healing of the woman with an issue of blood. Some printers illustrated both pericopes with one scene, with a woodcut of Christ and a woman kneeling at his feet, apparently conceived as the Canaanite woman and the woman with an issue of blood, respectively. Other printers, however, had two separate blocks for each scene. Another pair of miracles is the resurrection of the son of the widow of Nain, mentioned on the 16th Sunday after Trinity, and the healing of the paralytic read on the 19th Sunday of the Trinity. Again, some printers were satisfied with a single woodblock, with Christ blessing a man rising from his bed, but others had two separate matrices, even if they were quite similar, as we can see. Brossamer's series, which was a model for Daubmann, included all four scenes. Daubmann's large series, however, did include separate scenes with the Canaanite woman and Jairus, represented jointly with the woman suffering from the blood issue, but only one matrix for the rising of the man from Nain and healing the paralytic. In one of the postils he printed in Nuremberg, he used this healing or resurrection scene even twice, not only to represent the raising of the man from Nain and healing the paralytic, but also the resurrection of Lazarus. This very matrix, however, is among these that cannot be traced down in Königsberg, which made Daubmann look for a replacement. Both scenes were included in the set of Melchior Sachse, but just the healing of the paralytic was missing from the resource that Daubmann took over and used in Nuremberg, all the more so in Königsberg. The only woodblock, therefore, Daubmann had in Königsberg was the resurrection of the man from Nain from Sachse's stock, which was smaller. So using this block, therefore, would compromise the coherence of the set. Daubmann, therefore, decided not to do so. Looking for a replacement within the large set, he placed Jairus and the woman with an issue of blood as an illustration of the rising of the man from Nain. Admittedly, the scene features in the second, in the background, a woman asking Christ for help, but no other detail fits their respective pericope. The replacement of the healing of paralytic at Capernaum appears at first sight even more inadequate, as this pericope is accompanied by Christ teaching from a boat and miraculous catch of fish. The solution seems preposterous, but it actually has some justification, as this pericope begins with the words, "Jesus stepped into a boat." Thus, the cycle of illustrations in Daubmann's postils printed in Nuremberg were not faultless, but in Königsberg, the number of questionable solutions substantially increased. One may only hypothesize to which extent it resulted from the different circumstances in which he acted in each milieu. In Nuremberg, he was dealing with strong competition, but at the same time, his fellow printers provided him with standards and plausibly advice. In Königsberg, in turn, Daubmann's position was privileged but also isolated. Also, he had to make certain decisions of his own. The question also remains how motivated he was to solve various problems, given, on the one hand, his evidently moderate interest in the iconographic nuances, and on the other hand, the relatively low level of expectations of the local Prussian audiences. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for your presentation. And now we have questions from our online audience. And question is about filigrants. Was they investigated filigrants in case to identify the city in the city in was book was published?
Well, I'm not aware of such investigations, so I presume they will not. I only know 3 copies of this book, each is preserved in another collection. So I probably, this is one of the steps that should be done. So this is probably the question that has to be asked to the librarians, to the libraries that preserve those copies, but this research concerning Daubmann was not done referring not only to this collection, but also another collection which well, I started with the collection dated allegedly to March, but there's another one dated to February 1544, also even earlier, and also the place is given as Königsberg. So there are, in fact, two collections that had to be investigated also in terms of paper, filigrans, and this stuff. But this research has not been done, as far as I know.
Thank you for the answer, and thank you for the presentation. And now, ir dabar kviečiame mūsų trečiąjį pranešėją, taip pat iš Varšuvos universiteto iš Lenkijos, Wojciech Kordizon. Kam steičias jos? Pranešimas, spausdinimas ir mokymas liaudės kalba, spausdinto katekizmo žanro formavimas Karaliaučiuje ankstyvaisiais moderniaisiais laikais, 1540–1575 metai.
May I use yours? Thank you. That would be easier. Thank you very much. Despite its location at the periphery of early modern Europe during the 16th century, Königsberg became a complex and linguistically diversified urban structure. Due to the decisions of a new secular prince, Duke Albrecht Hohenzollern, the city, since 1525, became a significant center for the development of Protestant culture in the region. The country's relative distance from other German-speaking lands and its internal diversity made it a sort of laboratory to develop also its own non-German vernacular cultures. It was achieved, among other tools, by the medium of print. I propose to examine a single literary genre, that is a catechism, undergoing constant negotiations by various actors, influencing the production of books which eventually reached the satisfactory level of stabilization and wider acceptance. The production of 3 16th century printers active in the city will be discussed. Hans Weinreich became the first settled printer in the city in 1524. He served as a leading typographer in the city for over 3 decades. Aleksander Ujezdecki was invited to Königsberg coming from Prague in 1549 because of his Czech origin. The Königsberg Propaganda Center for Polish speakers saw Ujezdecki's presence as an opportunity to develop and improve the technique of printing vernacular Polish. However, he failed to win the competition with the enterprising Hans Daubmann from Nuremberg, who came to Königsberg at the invitation of Duke Albrecht around 1554. Daubmann soon dominated the municipal book market, as we already know. Another group should be recognized too, and these are the actors responsible for editing, translating, publishing, or broadly speaking, preparing the vernacular text for publication. Not to overcomplicate the description of the somewhat vague and multifaceted roles, I will be using the general term print agent to refer to them. On the slide, you may see the 2 generations of the main Polish-speaking print agents in Königsberg who appear in my talk. A distinctive feature of catechisms is their educational purpose, which makes them a medium that conveys rudimentary knowledge of religion. Catechisms were used not only to teach religion, but also as the very first readers for school children, who were learning how to read and write, both in vernacular and in Latin. This was often supplemented by the so-called ABCs. For most early modern Christian confessions, catechisms became formative books that marked the first steps of religious education. They were programmed to give essential information on devotional practices, such as praying habits, raising children, or the conditions for receiving sacraments. The functional distinction between small and large catechisms was introduced already in Luther's catechisms and was frequently reproduced in subsequent books printed applying this genre regardless of the confession. While the small ones were supposed to provide content that was to be learned by heart, the large ones provided deeper insight into articles of faith, being the next step during religious education. I estimate that the 3 printers that the three printers, Weinreich, Jezdecki, and Daubmann, including direct heirs of Daubmann, produced about 500 editions between 1524 and 1575. This number includes both editions present in V16 and not listed there, as well as editions proved by the existing copies and the editions assumed to be printed due to the various scriptural sources. Out of the total number, I have identified 30 editions as vernacular catechisms edited in various languages. You may see them on the slide. However, some of those editions remain unconsultable, and I was not able to find any surviving copy. Thus, I will be operating on a reduced number of editions, that is 22, limited only to those that I was able to consult, often being the unique copies preserved in the libraries of Germany, Lithuania, and Poland. The need for Lutheran evangelization in the Duchy of Prussia supported printers' efforts to publish catechisms in various languages that were spoken in the country. Although a major part of the catechization should have been conducted orally for the sake of the illiterate people, the preachers and the literate heads of the families were encouraged to have a printed catechism as a foundation for the teachings they intended to provide. The children who were taught the catechism were to remember it by heart, and their knowledge was later tested by the church teachers. The Kirchenordnung of 1558 explicitly recommended preaching the catechism from the printed version and respecting the languages spoken by the non-German groups in the city and in the region by providing catechization that would be understandable to them. The implicitly recognized local ethnicities in the Duchy of Prussia were Poles, Lithuanians, Prussians, and Zudovians. To grasp the development of catechisms in Königsberg, I have grouped the consulted editions into phases, which are intended to illustrate the process of implementing the catechetical genre by various print agents in the local book market. It simultaneously reflects the changes in the book production in the city. First phase refers to the innovative actions uptaken by Weinreich, who accepted to experiment with little, like Polish, or so far non-existent as Lithuanian or Old Prussian, tradition of vernacular printing. Daubmann's appearance in Königsberg eventually resulted in displacing the competitors. However, the print agents previously collaborating with Weinreich adapted to the new dominant workshop, and Daubmann was entering the market with his own offer, which constitute phase 2. Those events were followed by third and fourth overlapping streams of activities. On one hand, the print agents were trying to use the advantages of Daubmann's technological potential, which is marked as the third phase, and on the other hand, they were internally negotiating the improvements in the text introduced previously, seeking to stabilize their form for further use, which is represented by phase 4. The phase of vernacular innovation and testing period was for experimentation. It marks the first attempts to print catechisms mostly in vernacular for the use of the Protestant community. First editions of vernacular catechisms were only loosely based on Luther's text and thus are often considered as originals. 4 Polish and the very first Lithuanian edition included both the faith articles and educational ABCs. Similarly, the Old Prussian catechism in 2 variants was printed in 1945 as bilingual work with German on the verse and Old Prussian on the rector sides. Surprisingly, it seems that the only German language catechism printed by Weinreich was the text accompanying the Prussian translation. For German speakers, the books imported from the Holy Roman Empire were probably provided in sufficient numbers. Sekluzian and Malecki first editions were little octavos, and only one sheet was used to print them. Old Prussian catechisms demanded doubled number of sheets as they were bilingual. The main vernacular print agent of that period, Sekluzian, proposed a gradually extended version of his catechism. The edition in 1547 and 49 are growing due to the expanding commentary. Still using the handy octavo format, this time Sekluzian contained his catechetical text on about 12 sheets in each edition. It may seem that the growth of the catechism volume was a direct response to the needs expressed by the community. In the foreword to the edition of 49, Sekluzian informs about the additions he made to the new book. Yes, sure. He also notes that the book is for the use of those who are not living here near the congregation and cannot listen to the preaching all the time. Whether or not the demand was real, Secluțian highlights how religious teaching can be achieved remotely through the medium of print and be used by those who do not have direct access to a vernacular preacher. With Daumann's introduction to the Königsberg book industry, the print agents needed to adapt to the new market conditions. Daumann was not in the avant-garde of printing technology, yet he offered more modern typefaces than Weinreich and provided more diversified resources in stock. The beginnings of Daumann's activity in Königsberg were marked in terms of catechetical works by 4 German vernacular editions. The 2 editions of Catechism by Johann Gürk were printed for the Czech Brethren and published in 54 and 55. It suggests that winning the support of this confession was considered one of the aims of political religious controversies in the region, and Daumann's press was one of many tools to achieve that. Similarly, Osiander's Catechism, published in 54, was a clear sign of Albrecht's support for this theologian, rejected by the Academy. Even though it was not the first edition of the text, which was previously published in other German printing centers, like Nuremberg and Rostock, the Königsberg edition was supplemented with a dedicatory letter directed to Duke Albrecht as Osiander's protector. Printing Huberinus Catechism in 55, on the other hand, might have been Daumann's own investment, yet still compatible with the Lutheran demands and direction of the Prussian protectors. Daumann published the same text already twice in Nuremberg in 49 and 50. His Königsberg reprint is thus a sign of him using his previous experiences to express his skills for the new potential users of his presses. Combined with implementing the policies of the patrons, it suggests his effort to build a stable position in the local market. Other non-German vernacular print agents decided to use the existing printing infrastructure for catechetical purposes sometime later, namely in 1556. The collaborator of Secluțian, Ostafi Trepka, relied more on translations rather than the original works. He was clearly testing the potential of the 2 printers active in Königsberg at that time, as since the arrival of Daumann, he was also using Aujesdecki's presses. Aujesdecki printed Trepka's translation of Pier Paolo Vergeriolac's Spirituale, a Bible-based narrated catechism dedicated to children. It seems to be a side publication benefiting from the presence of Vergerio in Prussia and his efforts to build a coalition including Prussian Lutherans. The entire catechism demanded Aujesdecki to use only 3 sheets of paper per copy. Daumann, however, was given a much bigger task. Trepka translated a catechism by Johann Brenz from Tübingen. Its text applies the genre of large catechism for the first time in vernacular Polish, providing detailed insight and commentary to the articles of faith, expanding the horizons given by small catechisms. Printed in quarto, each copy demanded 77 sheets of paper. Trepka notes in the foreword that Brent's catechism contains everything that was not included in the previously published catechisms and postilles. Once chosen to cooperate in quite serious tasks with Daumann, which demanded more workload, the vernacular print agents, perhaps instigated by the more confident printer, had the quality of the endeavors enhanced. Forthcoming catechisms were furnished with additional decorations, perhaps making the books more appealing to the readers. A Polish translation of Osiander's Catechism was published in 1561. The responsible print agent was Hieronim Malecki, who, however, did not decide to provide an individual testimony, such as foreword. He is simply stated as the translator. It is the first of Königsberg catechisms that was so richly decorated with a variety of solutions. First, the title page is printed with black and red letterpress. Second, the rubrication was used in chosen internal parts of the book to highlight such parts as the Decalogue contents. Third, the typographical frames, though simple yet still considered at the time as decorative and certainly demanding additional effort while typesetting, appear consistently through through the entire book. Fourth, the Catechism employs illustrations to decorate and to emphasize the structural delimitation of the text. These solutions were newly applied to the catechetical genres in Königsberg and constitute a separate group in the production of that time. Another example is a catechetical almanac from 1561, presumably written originally in Polish by Stanisław Kamieński. It alludes to the genre of Haustafel and employs the rubrication throughout the entire booklet, made of 3 sheets folded in octavo. A year later, in 1562, a first exact translation of Luther's Small Catechism, here published as an Enchiridion, was prepared by Jan Radomski and printed by Daubmann. The same ways to enrich the product were used as in the previous examples. The rubricated title page, simple page framing, and illustrations. In this case, the same woodblock set was used to decorate Enchiridion as in the previous Osiandes catechism. This way, a new quality was achieved because not only the teaching in its scriptural form was repeated after Luther, but also the customary appearance of the small catechisms printed in the German cities of the Holy Roman Empire was thus fully imitated. The text is visually organized by the presence of related woodcut pictures impressed in the beginning of each section, followed by a headline title. The question and answer structure is emphasized by using headlines to delimitate each part. Additionally, the running title was placed in the top of each page to facilitate the navigation in the book and potentially enable one to read the book discontinuously. The German edition of Enchiridion in 1569 reuses the illustration pattern to be encountered in Polish catechisms from 61 and 62, but differs above all from the previous both Polish and German language editions when it comes to the textual aspects. It contains a broad collection of songs. According to the foreword, the catechism was rewritten into verses by Daubmann himself. He also dedicated the book to the Gdańsk Mayor and members of the City Council. The edition was furnished with a variety of typographical and woodcut decorations to enrich it. Framed pages, woodcuts, and some more functional elements such as musical scores for singing and marginal references to support the use in accordance with an external source, which is the vernacular Bible, German Bible. Some of the simultaneous activities, and this is phase 4, of the print agents inform that no additional innovations were to be made. On the contrary, they are proof of the printed genre stabilization. It was intended to be achieved by introducing updates and corrections, but mostly preserving the general appearance of the typesetted books. The 1568 Catechism of St. Lucian introduced some textual changes, but more importantly, the typesetting in the edition seems to be more consistent. It was re-edited and extended version of the text from 49. In 49 edition, however, question and answers were introduced in at least 4 manners. That changes substantially in the later edition of 68. In the entire printed book, the very same information is introduced consistently with higher typefaces. A similar process is exemplified by the new translation of Luther's Enchiridion, prepared by Hieronim Malecki to replace Radomski's translation from 62. The first consultable edition comes from 74 with a dedicatory letter dated 3 years earlier. There Malecki explains, "There were some who translated this catechism and whom I do not rebuke for their zeal. Yet their Polish translations were imperfect, so I have gladly undertaken this work and translated it more accurately." The entire book preserves, however, the general appearance of the typesetting and illustration disposition from the previous edition in 62. This way, due to visual resemblance, the new textual variant declared itself to be an actual continuation of the previous endeavors. The stability is testified by the subsequent reprints. The same text was reprinted in a similar typesetting and the similar illustration disposition at least 3 times in the shops run by the successors of Daubmann, that is Georg Osterberger and Johann Fabricius. To conclude, The development of catechism as a printed genre in Königsberg was a process that took over 30 years of experiments, innovative additions, discussions, and eventually stabilization of the way how the vernacular printed catechism is shaped in its printed form. The changes were dictated both by the usability of the object, that is, for example, navigation and readability of the textual elements, and its decorative aspects. As it seems, Königsberg printing industry enables one to study the development mostly of the choices made by the Polish-speaking print agents who shaped the catechetical genre in their language particularly dynamically, while German editions seem to fulfill a complementary role to the whole book market of publications imported from the Holy Roman Empire and served to achieve only local political theological goals. The catechisms printed in Polish were not only to provide vernacular readers with any texts, but also testify to the actions taken to settle new means of expression in the language and experiencing a transition to the relatively new medium of print. The eventual form of catechism in Polish was in fact an adaptation of a German model which displaced all the previous attempts. Such a standardization was simplifying, as I assume, the workflow of printers and at the same time was easier to fit to the horizons of readers' expectations. Thank you very much.
You can stay here. Thank you very much for your passionate presentation. And now we have a few minutes and we can switch on to discussion. So if you have any questions to Wojciech or Grażyna or Renate, please, welcome. Now it's time to do it. Please switch on your microphone. Yes, okay. Okay.
Hello. Right. Good. It's a very small point, actually. It's a technical question for Wojciech. When you used the term typographer at the beginning, is that a typesetter or a printer, or it's just a translation issue? I'm just wanting clarification.
I meant printer.
Just a printer. Yeah. Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you for questions and answers. And have you any questions? Okay, thank you, please.
To Wojciech, why this period was chosen till 1575?
Because the heirs of Daubmann, who were operating directly after his death for about 2 years, didn't reveal themselves particularly apart from Bonifatius Daubmann for a short period. But then in 75, the next started operating and he was quite coherent and the whole firm was led under the name of Georg Osterberger, and also the political situation changes, so it's not that much. I mean, it's still very much interesting, but it's different.
Thank you. So, have you any more questions for presentation or for each other?
Does that work? Could I ask a broader question, which I've been longing to ask in the conference, so this is a good opportunity to ask the three speakers, really. It's a very broad issue. We've heard a lot about the, almost the chaotic, I think somebody used the word chaotic, the chaotic work in some of the early print shops, printing houses, and how things were put together in a very rapid way sometimes, and an incoherent way. This was much more stable, as we were just talking about, stabilization. But what interests me is the assumption sometimes that there is a market, that we might actually give a rather modern economic model to the process of printing. Now, these presentations were all about very specific audiences, very specific markets in terms of dissertations or catechisms, etc. I just wonder whether any of you have any comments about how we should approach a very different thought about market and commerce in this period, given that a lot was undertaken by patronage or by privilege or by a ready paying client. Because yesterday, for example, we heard without any question that there was an idea of profit to be made by SKORINA, and I would want to question that. I just wonder if we have any sense of the different commercial model that we might use.
So if I start, first, this is precisely the issue we were discussing yesterday concerning Dauman, because, Wojtek and me are working to some extent together on Dauman. So we are exchanging our views a lot, and Magda is also a specialist in the printing of this era. So first, we have some written evidence. So there are some written sources that these are specific remarks, so Wojtek will mention that later, I'm sure, some incidents or some events of one person taking along a collection of books to be sold, for instance, not only in Königsberg, but also abroad. So we have evidence concerning Dauman, that Dauman is, for instance, pushing Albrecht to finance his initiatives because there's so much need of Polish Lutheran religious writing to be sold in Poland, even in Russia, so meaning Ruthenian, Kievan Russia probably. We are not sure whether those apostles or catechism actually reached the areas they were allegedly demanded so much, but we have this sort of evidence in correspondence. We have further evidence, they are in Poznan, for instance, repetitive claims of the local Catholic clergy opposing not Dauman himself, but Trepka, so the author of some of the translation, who was also selling those books. So the local chapter issued various edicts. And the thing that we were discussing just yesterday, to which extent Dauman had so strong position, and he gained so strong position in Königsberg because of the support of the Duke, the support of the local university, and to which extent it resulted from his success in the economic sense. And we concluded, I must say, that it was rather connected with his position vis-à-vis the ducal court and university, which was the basis of his economic position. So that was our preliminary conclusion before we concluded our research. So, but I'm sure that Wojtek has an anecdote to tell.
Yes, I do, and it's as Grażyna said, it's kind of a public funding, particularly in terms of vernacular non-German languages. I suppose that German books and pamphlets could have been Dauman's own investments to some extent because he knew the market, he learned it in Nuremberg. But in terms of Polish, it was a kind of experimentation because the only bigger printing center that used Polish as a language of texts being printed was Krakow probably. Of course, many smaller centers were existing at that time, but the number of Polish language books in Königsberg at that time are really significant compared to other Polish-speaking regions. And there were not that many Polish speakers in Prussia. So it can be assumed that at least some part of this production was meant to be exported to Poland, which was the neighboring country, and Poland was predominantly, even though there were many Reformation activists, was predominantly Catholic. And it was kind of not to discuss all the details, it was kind of more difficult to print Reformation books in Poland. It was not impossible, but it was a bit more difficult. And it was a great opportunity for a printer from abroad to export it. So we know some events that inform us about such means of export from Prussia. For example, Cardinal Hosius was telling, no, it was a letter to Cardinal Hosius, that Trepka is having lots of transport with books that he does not approve. But also there is quite an interesting letter from a bookseller from Prussia who was stopped at the border of the Värmland bishopric, between this bishopric and Duchy of Prussia, and all the books he had to sell in Poland were confiscated, and he sends a list of these books to the Duke and says, there was that many copies of that, please refund me. I need this money back because I've invested. And it kind of implies it was because of the patronage or the nature of the Protestant state. We don't know if he got the money back, but at least we know how many copies that were. And these were not only books in Polish, they were also in Latin and German, but there were, I guess, like 30% were in Polish. So these are one of many examples of such, incidental information. Thank you.
Here we have three extremely interesting presentations and discussion. And thank you again for your investigations.
Okay, now I could hear you. So we have one person in our audience more. That's wonderful. Perhaps I will start with a little introduction of our speakers, and I try to operate really in the panel format. That means I will give 2 words on everybody who will speak, and I will try to manage time so that we will have in the very end time for discussion. So please, my dear speakers, try to read in time, and if I tell you your time has run out, please do not speak longer than 1 or 2 minutes, okay? So we are here in the, how are we called? Section 6, continued. Specific features of print media, 15th, 17th centuries. We have 3 speakers. Marina Cześciakova speaking on the problem of reception of the Old Bulgarian translation in the East Slavic book tradition, visions of the sermons from the Pandect of Antiochos in the prologue. We have Alexander Andreev, the Služebniki and Trepniki printed in Vilnius in the 16th century at a crossroad of civilizations. And we have Jerzy Ostapchuk, Menologia of the Cyrillic, early printed Tetra Engevalia, issued in Vilnius. I'm extremely happy to chair this wonderful section, because all what you do will be, for me, extraordinarily interesting. I am very happy to have you 3 real experts in this field of very old Cyrillic written language here. Marina Cześciakova is one of the very little happy persons who is working next to the archives in Vilnius here. She works at the Institute of Lithuanian Language. Jerzy Ostapchuk and Alexander Andreev are highly interesting scholars, in my opinion, because they unite philology and theological studies. They both have a strong background in theology and will see much in text that we philologists will not see. Jerzy works at, the Christian Academy of Theology in Warsaw, and
Alexander at the Pastoral School of the Diocese of Chicago and Mid-America in the States. So welcome, you three of you. So Marina, I will mute myself and we are waiting for your presentation.
Labą dieną, mėly kolegos. Dėkoju už galimybę dalyvauti šioje konferencijoje. Mano pranešimas bus apie naujas Antiocho pandektų pamokymų versijas bažnytiniame slavų seminare. Pandektai yra teminis išrašų iš šventojo rašto ir bažnyčios tėvų raštų rinkinys. Jo sudarė vienuolis Antiochas, kuris vienuolystės įžadus davė Atalinos vienuolyne Galatijos Ankiroje, tai dabartinė Ankara, Turkija, o paskui darbavosi šventojo Savo Lauroje, dideliame stačiatikių vyrų vienuolyne, Judėjos dykumoje netoli Jeruzalės. 619 metais persams užėmus Ankiros miestą, vienuoliai buvo priversti palikti Atalinos vienuolyną ir jo biblioteka tapo jiems neprieinama. Atalinos vienuolyno igumenas Eustachijus kreipėsi į tėvą Antiochą, prašydamas sudaryti jiems antologiją krikščioniškosios moralės klausimais. Atsakydamas į šį prašymą, apie 620 metus Antiochas parašė pandektus, kurių pratarmėje įdėjo laišką igumenui Eustachijui, o po to išdėstė 130 skyrių apie krikščioniškasias dorybes ir ydas, tikėjimą, pasniką, nusiminimą, gobšumą ir taip toliau. X amžiuje, pirmojoje Bulgarijos imperijoje, ši moralinė asketinė antologija iš vidurinės graikų kalbos buvo išversta į bažnytinę slavų kalbą ir netrukus tapo žinoma Kijevo Rusioje. Seniausias išlikęs pandektų nuorašas, datuojamas XI amžiumi, yra rytų slavų kilmės. Jo tekstą išleido Jozefas Popovskis. Knyginėje rytų slavų 12-17 amžių tradicijoje fragmentai iš pandektų buvo įtraukiami į sinaksarą arba prologą, kalendorinį šventųjų gyvenimo aprašymų ir pamokymų rinkinį. Rudens žiemos pusmečio sudėties analizė parodė, kad į sinaksaro išplėstinę redakciją, atsiradusią XII amžiaus 7-ame dešimtmetyje, buvo įtrauktas 21 straipsnis. Sudarydami sutrumpintą ir tolesnės redakcijas, knygininkai iš dalies perėmė šios pamokymus, daugiausiai jie išlaikė kalendorinę ankstyvųjų sinaksaro redakcijų pamokymų tvarką, tačiau kartais perkeldavo juos, priskirdami naujoms datoms. Aktyviau straipsniai iš pandektų buvo perskirstomi sinaksaro redakcijose, kurios buvo paplitusios LDK ir vėliau abiejų tautų respublikoje. Kijevo Sofijos, Naugarduko muziejaus, Kijevo ir Rimuotojoje redakcijose. Be tradicinių skaitinių būdingų išplėstiniai redakcijai ir perimtų į vėlesnės redakcijas, atskirose sinaksaro nuorašuose, nuorašų grupėse ir redakcijose aptinkamos naujos jų versijos. Ir šis pranešimas skirtas būtent toms naujoms versijoms. Remdamasi apie 100 rudens žiemos pusmečio 13-17 amžių nuorašų medžiagą, nustačiau 6 tokius straipsnius. Jie išnagrinėti toliau priklausimo tam tikrai redakcijai, kalendorinio priskyrimo sinaksarė ir teksto apdorojimo mechanizmų požiūrį. Į tyrimų užduotis įėjo pamokymų naujų versijų sugretinimas su tradiciniai jų atitikmenimis ir šaltinio tekstu. Man taip pat buvo svarbu nustatyti priežastis, dėl kurių sinaksarė atsirado suredaguotos ištraukos. Ir pirmas toks tekstas tai pamokymas apie tuščiažodžiavimą, esantis pandektų 33 skyriuje. Iš pradžių jis buvo įtrauktas į išplėstinę Sinaksaro redakciją gruodžio 30 dienai. Kaip ir dauguma skolinių iš pandektų, šaltinio tekstas išplėstinėje redakcijoje buvo suredaguotas. 14 amžiaus pabaigos Naugardo kilmės Sinaksare, atspindinčiame sutrumpintą redakciją, šis pamokymas pateiktas 2 kartus – gruodžio 15 ir 29 dieną. Dvi to paties pamokymo versijos atsirado todėl, kad šio nuorašo ar jo pirmtako sudarytojai neapsiribojo Sinaksaro straipsnių, o dar kartą pasinaudojo pirminiu šaltiniu. Gruodžio 15 dienos pamokyme tiksliai atkurtas Antiocho pandektų tekstas, o gruodžio 29 skaitinys yra suredaguota Sinaksaro išplėstinės redakcijos pamokymo versija. Ir ta pati situacija kartojasi eiliuotojo Sinaksaro Kijevo redakcijoje, sukurtoje Kijevo metropolijoje tarp 1462 ir 1496 metų. Joje taip pat pateiktos 2 pamokymo apie tuščiažodžiavimą versijos. Viena iš jų atspindi sinaksarinę versiją, o kitos tekstas yra artimas šaltiniui. Dabar norėčiau paleisti ekraną. Taip, ir parodyti jums pamokymą apie iškalbą, jo pradžią. Šis tekstas yra pandektų 61 skyrius. Jis ėjo į išplėstinę ir paskesnę Sinaksaro redakcijas gruodžio 18 dieną. Naugarduko redakcijoje, sukurtoje Lietuvos didžiojoje kunigaikštystėje, 15 amžiaus antroje pusėje, 16 amžiaus pradžioje, tai pačiai dienai pateikta pakeista šio pamokymo versija. Tekstas stabiliai kartojasi visuose žinomose šios redakcijos nuorašuose rudens žiemos pusmečiui. Knygininkai suredagavo ir vietomis sutrumpino tradicinį sinaksarinį tekstą, o taip pat praturtino jį autoriniais intarpais. Pakeitimai buvo atlikti nesiremiant pandektų tekstu. Taigi, iš kairės pusės stulpelis tai yra Naugarduko redakcijos tekstas, per vidurį sutrumpinta redakcija, o lentelės paskutinis stulpelis tai yra šaltinio tekstas, Antiocho pandektai. Aš dabar perskaitau tradicinį sinaksarinį tekstą ir jūs galite palyginti, kad jis sutampa su шальтинio тексту. Благая словеса от благого сокровища сердечного исходят. Аще кто не очистив сердце своего от злословесия, то добро беседовать не может. Аще бы мнится глаголоти послушникам, неприятно суть словеса его, но отметно, не имущий благодати Святаго Духа. Хотя оба пользовайтесь кому в словесе, да просит у Господа слово на отверзение уст своих. Ir dabar paskaitysiu suredaguotą Naugarduko redakcijos tekstą ir jūs galėsit palyginti. Добрая словеса от доброго сердца исходят. Аще кто не очистив сердце своего от злого норова своего, от лихоречия, то не может такие доброе слово изглаголать и николи же. Хотя бы хотел, что добро молвите, а людям невнятна суть слова его, не Бога винила, но отметна суть, не имущий Духа Святого в злом своем сердце. Аще кто хочет, учите кого, проси себе прежде словеси Божие на отверзение уст своих. Mano nuomonė, Naugarduko redakcijos sudarytojai stengiasi padaryti tekstą suprantamesnį to meto skaitytojams. Dar vienas tokio tipo tekstas tai yra pamokymas apie sapnus. Šį parodysiu. Tai čia. Pamokymas apie sapnus. Tai yra pandektų 7 skyrius. Jis buvo įtrauktas į eiliuotojo Sinaksaro Kirilo Belozerskio redakciją lapkričio 28 dienai. Ši Sinaksaro redakcija atsirado Rostovo arkivyskupijoje 15 amžiaus 6 dešimtmetyje. Gali būti, kad tiesiogiai Kirilo Belozerskio vienuolyne, nes iš ten yra kilęs seniausias šios redakcijos komplektas, datuojamas 1452 metais. Pasakojimas buvo nurašytas iš šaltinio be pakeitimų. Aha. Dar viena pamokymo apie pasniką ir maldą versija pateikta ypatingo išplėstinės redakcijos atmainoje sukurtoje Lietuvos Didžiosios kunigaikštystės knygininkų. Žinomi 3 šios atmainos nuorašai, datuojami 16-17 amžiumi. 2 nuorašai yra saugomi Sankt Peterburge, 1 Prahoje. Juose pamokymas padalintas į 3 dalys ir priskirtas 3 gretimoms datoms. Pasakojimo pradžia vasario 7 dienai, vidurinė dalis vasario 9 dienai ir pabaiga vasario 10 dienai. Panašu, kad Lietuvos Didžiosios kunigaikštystės knygininkai nežinojo Kirilo Belozerskio redakcijos versijos, o ėmėsi šaltinio savarankiškai, taikydami ypatingą pamokymo segmentavimo techniką ir šiek tiek pakoreguodami jo tekstą. Toje pačioje nuorašų grupėje, tai visi jie yra ukrainiečių kilmės, pateiktas pamokymas apie gobšumą, koreliuojantis su pradiniu pandektų 10 skyriaus fragmentu. Sinaksarinėme tekste yra kalbos taisymų. Kitokia pamokymo apie gobšumo versija įėjo į muziejaus redakciją gruodžio 11 dienai, į kurią knygininkai perrašė visą pandektų 10 skyrių be reikšmingų pakeitimų. Sinaksaro muziejaus redakciją sudarė abiejų tautų Respublikos ukrainiečių knygininkai ne vėliau 17 amžiaus 5 dešimtmečio. Ypatingoji išplėstinės redakcijos atmaina, kuriai atstovauja minėti nuorašai, atsirado anksčiau negu muziejaus redakcija. Taigi sutrumpinta ir suredaguota pamokymo apie gobšumo versija yra jaunesnė už pilną sinaksarinę versiją, o tai rodo, kad šios versijos atsirado nepriklausomai viena nuo kitos. Dar aš norėčiau apie tą pamokymą apie sapnus pasakyti, to aš prie jo grįšiu. Pamokymas apie sapnus yra pandektų 84 straipsnis, jis buvo įtrauktas į išplėstinę ir vėlesnę Sinaksaro redakcijas vasario 26 dieną. Nauja pamokymo versija atsirado išplėstinės redakcijos ypatingoje atmainoje, žinomoje iš LDK kilusių 15 amžiaus antros pusės 16 amžiaus pradžios Sinaksarų, vienas iš kurių yra saugomas Sankt Peterburge, kitas Varšuvoje, o trečias Bulgarijoje, Sofijoje. Kurdami naują straipsnio versiją, knygininkai pasinaudojo išplėstinės redakcijos pamokymu. Pirmoji jo dalis buvo pašalinta, paliktas tik tai prieš miegą kalbamos maldos tekstas ir pasakojimas apie Sinajaus vienuolę. Pateiktyje jūs matot, išplėstinės redakcijos atmaina yra pirmas stulpelis, per vidurį yra tradicinė išplėstinė redakcija, o paskutinis stulpelis tai yra Antiocho pandektai. Tai ypatingo išplėstinės redakcijos atmainoje pradžia yra eliminuota, brūkšniai, teksto nėra. Po to pasakojimo sklandumo sumetimais pradžioje pridėta įvadinė frazė, ji yra pabraukta, štai čia. Šaltinėje šios frazės nėra. Ir po to eina tokia nedidelė preambulė, po kurios eina malda ir pasakojimas apie Sinajaus vienuolę. Ir paskutinis toksai tekstas, tai yra pamokymas apie tai, kas myli pasaulį. Jis buvo įtrauktas į muziejaus redakciją lapkričio 27 dienai ir jis siejamas su Antiocho Pandektų 15 skyriumi. Redaktoriai pakoregavo pradinę šaltinio teksto dalį ir šis pamokymas tuo pačiu vertimu žinomas eiliuotojo Sinaksaro Maskvos ir Kirilo Belozerskio redakcijose. Trijų versijų sugretinimas su šaltiniu parodė, kad straipsniai eiliuotojame Sinaksare susiję vienas su kitu. Maskvos redakcijos versija buvo perimta Kirilo Belozerskio redakcijoje, o muziejaus redakcijos variantas yra nuo jų nepriklausomas. Taigi apibendrinant. Antiocho Pandektų senosios bulgarų kalbos vertimas pradėtas adaptuoti ankstyvajame Sinaksaro pamokomojo skyriaus plėtotės etape, tai 12 amžiaus 7-ame dešimtmetyje į išplėstinę redakciją pirmajam pusmečiui buvo įtrauktas 21 straipsnis, suredagavus daugumos jų tekstą. Kuriant paskesnės redakcijas ir jų atmainas, pasinaudota jau įtrauktais į Sinaksarą straipsniais. Nauji pamokymai iš Pandektų į Sinaksarą buvo pridedami tik retkarčiais, aktyviau vyko anksčiau žinomų pamokymų perkelimo į kitas datas procesas. Naujos straipsnių versijos atsirasdavo tais atvejais, kai knygininkai redaguodavo tradicinės pamokymų versijas, o taip pat naudodavosi šaltinių savarankiškai. Pažymėtina, kad Maskvos knyginėje tradicijoje Pandektų tekstų naudotasi nedažnai ir visais atvejais straipsniai buvo perimami ištisai be reikšmingų pakeitimų. Kitoks vaizdas stebimas Lietuvos Didžiosios kunigaikštystės knyginėje tradicijoje, o vėliau ir abiejų tautų respublikų. Sudarant naujas redakcijas, taip pat kuriant ypatingas atmainas išplėstinės redakcijos pagrindų, tradiciniai sinaksariniai straipsniai buvo redaguojami. Naujų pamokymų versijų analizė parodė, kad 10 amžiuje atliktas vienuolio Antiocho kūrinio vertimas LDK knyginėje tradicijoje patyrė didesnę transformaciją negu Maskvos tradicijoje. Dėkoju visiems susirinkusiems, ačiū už dėmesį, dėkoju vertėjams, kurie dabar dirba, ačiū.
Marina, and thank you very much. We have here applause in Vilnius for you. Thank you especially for your time management. Thank you very much. So our next speaker is Alexander. Are you ready? And you have an idea that you have to work with the microphone, yeah? Okay, wonderful.
Wait for the slides to come up. Thank you. So the topic of my presentation are the Služebniki and Trebniki printed here in Vilnius. Now, the study of the history of the Byzantine Rite of Kologion remains a relevant area of research. And turning to the Slavonic sources for the Evkologion, which are known as the Služebnik and Trebnik, at its latest stage, we find that a significant role in the formation of the received text of these books was played by key figures here in the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth in the 17th century. And among the most curious specimens are two editions, the Služebnik and Trebnik, produced in Vilnius in 1617 and 1618, which testify to the complex interconfessional atmosphere and literary ties among the elites in the capital of the Grand Duchy of Lithuania. And that will be the topic of my presentation today. I begin by stating that the Služebnik was first printed in the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth at the end of the 16th century, with two editions produced by the Mamonich Press in Vilnius, one in 1583 and a second around 1598. The visual appearance of these two books testifies already to Vilnius as a crossroads of civilizations. The font is similar to that carved by Piotr Timofejev Mstislavets and used in the first editions in Moscow together with Ivan Fyodorov. but the decorations reproduce those of Božidar Vuković and the Serbian editions printed in Venice a half-century earlier. While produced earlier than the first služebnik printed in Moscow, which appeared in 1602, these editions clearly testify to a common liturgical tradition. The Diataxis of Philotheos is presented in its so-called Russian version, which only appears in East Slavic manuscripts of the 14th, 15th centuries and is attributed to Metropolitan Cyprian of Kiev. And the služebniki include archaic prayers, such as the prayer over the wine, and additional penitential prayers for the priest, as well as the complex vesting and prothesis rites of the East Slavic tradition. So we can conclude that Byzantine liturgy at the beginning of the 17th century in Vilnius was very similar to that of Moscow, which is logical because both drew on a common liturgical ancestry in the work of Metropolitan Cyprian of Kiev. The East Slavic liturgical reform of the 17th century begins in Stratton, which is in present-day Ukraine, with an edition printed by Bishop Gideon Balaban, the Bishop of Lviv. The služebnik was printed in 1604. This is a photograph of its front page, and the trebnik was printed in 1606. The production of these two books opens a new chapter in the history of the Slavonic Epicologion because it relied anew on Greek sources. The Greek sources are mentioned in the preface to these editions, and they're not identified explicitly, but in a recent paper, and you can see the data for the paper here, I have shown that the prothesis rite in the služebnik of 1604 is based on a Greek Epicologion printed in Venice, sometime between 1580 and 1602. So Greek printed books were the source for the reforms of the Bishop of Lviv, Gideon Balaban. And the most important change introduced was the practice of removing 9 particles from the third prosphron in honor of the 9 categories of saints and arranging them on the discos in a 3x3 grid, which is a practice that was previously unknown to the Slavs. The Trebnik of 1606, my study of this book is forthcoming, also differs quite significantly from the manuscript Trebniki of the late 16th and early 17th centuries. While the Muscovite editions of the Trebnik contain, generally speaking, the version of the rites due to Metropolitan Cyprian, with some archaic pre-Cyprian emendations, the Stratton Trebnik contains a conflation of the Athonite and Cyprianite versions of the rites, with again significant additions from the Venetian Greek editions. So now we can move on with that background to the Vilnius editions of 1617 and 1618. And first, we must establish that there were indeed only 2 books published and not more. The edition of the služebnik, and you see the front page here, was undertaken in 1617 when the Mamonich enterprise was directed by Leon Mamonich, who had accepted union with Rome. Leon enjoyed the patronage of the Lithuanian Grand Chancellor Lev Sapieha, and this is evident from the title page of the služebnik. This edition reuses some of the decorations and fonts from the earlier editions by the Mamonici, including the typeface similar to that of Mstislavets, and the headpieces copied from Božidar Vuković. However, there are important differences, notably the inclusion of a foreword that narrates the history of the Slavonic translation of liturgical books and the placement of the didactic text Nauka ierijem do porядного odpravovanja služby Božje veľce potrebne, the so-called teaching for priests. This edition has attracted some scholarly interest. Michael Wawrek was the first to propose that it was edited by Josafat Kuncević, who was a key leader of the Uniat Church. However, none of the scholars that have talked about the potential authorship by Kuncević have offered any proof. So the role of Josafat Kuncević in editing the služebnik is possible, but it still remains to be proven. Sometime following the publication of this edition, Leon Mamonich must have decided to quit printing Slavonic liturgical books, and prior to 1619, he sold the remaining copies of his editions and some of the engravings to the Orthodox confraternity in Vilnius. The remaining engravings and fonts were acquired by the Uniat Holy Trinity Monastery, and this explains the background behind another 1617 edition that is often mentioned in the literature, and even in a recent dissertation about this edition by Philip Callington, but in fact it does not exist. This other 1617 edition that is attributed by various bibliographers to the Vilnius confraternity was never printed. Its two putative copies occur, one in the National Library of Russia in St. Petersburg and one in the Vernadsky National Library of Ukraine in Kiev, but both are copies of the Mamonich editions of either 1598 or 1617, to which a few folios from that were printed by the confraternity have been attached. So the Vilnius confraternity did not produce its own sluzhebnik. It only distributed copies of old editions that were acquired from Leon Mamonich, printing only some additional folios that were missing in the acquired copies. And this is a photograph of the teaching for priests that opens the sluzhebnik. The next edition was the Trebnik, and Leon Mamonich must have also worked on this edition sometime before 1619. And it must also have been incomplete when Mamonich decided to sell it, because the copies known today bear some intriguing differences. Only two copies have retained a title page. One of them is preserved in Oxford at Corpus Christi College, and it indicates the year 1618. And a second copy, which is here in Vilnius at the Lithuanian Academy of Sciences Library, indicates the year 1617. So the one on the screen here is just from down the street, and it has 1617. There was a third copy that also had a title page that was preserved in Lviv, but unfortunately it has disappeared. But it also had a title page that was exactly the same as this copy here in Vilnius. So it had 1617 as the year. This has led scholars, beginning with the Russian pioneer of Cyrillic bibliography Ivan Karatayev, to identify two separate editions, one printed in 1617 and the other in 1618. But this is not correct, and recently Andrei Voznesensky has proposed what I think is the correct conclusion about this, namely that the Orthodox confraternity acquired unfinished copies from Leon Mamonich and then completed printing them, perhaps simultaneously with the sluzhebnik, and this led to identical copies having different title pages. There are further discrepancies between the different surviving copies in this edition beyond the date that's indicated on the title page. One of the copies, which is preserved in Moscow at the Russian State Library, has the rites of monastic tonsure and funeral that are placed at the end of the book, which are absent from all of the other copies. And in current catalogs, this is listed as a separate edition. But this is also probably not correct. Just because printing additional folios was costly and the demand for monastic materials was small, it seems that the printers printed a small number of folios with the monastic material and attached it to select copies of the book. What is curious is that this copy at the Lithuanian Academy of Sciences includes a mention of the monastic material in its table of contents, but does not have the monastic material itself. So maybe they intended to attach it to this copy as well, but never did that, or maybe the additional attachments were lost. Ivan Karatayev also mentions one copy of the Trebnik that contains this text: «Наука о седьми тайнах церковных presbyteram до простынного шифрования тайнами святыми bardzo потребная», the so-called teaching on seven mysteries. His observations, however, have not been confirmed by later bibliographers, and my review of all of the known copies have found only one copy, which is also preserved in Moscow at the State Historical Museum, where the teaching on the seven mysteries is attached, but it was clearly attached to the Trebnik at a later date because it does not fit with the numbering of the folios. So it seems that this treatise was printed simultaneously with the Trebnik and intended to be part of it because it has the same bibliographical parameters. But because it has a very strong dependence on Latin sacramental theology, it was never bound and sold with the Trebnik. So, Opacha, Karatayev, and later bibliographers, we can conclude that there was only one Trebnik printed in Vilnius and not two. What can we say about the liturgy presented in the two volumes of in the sluzhebnik and the Trebnik? Curiously, the only specifically uniate element in the sluzhebnik is the teaching for priests. And this is a lengthy composition that was written in Ruska Mova, so literary Ruthenian or Old Belarusian, rather than in liturgical Church Slavonic, and it espouses a clearly Latin sacramental theology. It remains unknown whether or not the text was authored by Josafat Kuntsevich. The foreword to the Služebnik suggested the text is related to the much longer teaching on 7 mysteries, which was intended to be established by, which was intended to be included in the Trebnik. And so here is the foreword from the Služebnik, where he mentions that the teaching on 7 mysteries was to be included. I'll translate it for you from the Ruska Mova. This was the will of your mercy, my merciful Lord, that the teaching for priests be placed in it, the Služebnik. And so that which could have been set forth at that time was set forth, and God willing, it can be set forth more thoroughly when the Trebniki will see the light. As was recently argued by Margarita Corzo, the teaching on the 7 mysteries is largely based on a Spanish sacramental theology treatise, Francisco de Toledo's Summa de Instructiones Sacerdotum, though it's not an exact translation of it. It's possible that the teaching for priests is also based on similar topics, on similar texts, but this remains to be established. What is curious is that the teaching for priests proved highly influential and formed the basis for later instructional texts, including the Учительное известие that is still placed in the modern Slavonic Trebnik used in the Orthodox Church. So the main Orthodox text about sacramental theology is based on a Uniat treatise authored potentially by Josafat Kuncevich, a saint of the Uniat Church. Other than the inclusion of the teaching for priests, the Služebnik of 1617 is largely a reproduction of the Stratton edition. In only a few instances, it introduces a number of changes. It uses 5 prosphora instead of 7, and it does not have the commemoration of the cross and the angels at the prothesis. So in this, the 1617 edition follows exactly the Venetian Greek Evkologia, whereas Bishop Gideon Balaban is still preserving the pre-Reformed Slavic usage. In terms of liturgical characteristics, the Trebnik is the more interesting book. Here we find clear influences of Latin sacramental theology that go beyond the inclusion of didactic texts. The most significant is the division of the Christian initiation rites into 2 separate parts. A baptism rite, which is identical with that of the Stratton Trebnik, and a separate rite of chrismation. This unusual division of the initiation rites is doubtlessly the result of an influence of the Roman rite, where baptism and confirmation function as 2 separate sacraments, and the Byzantine chrismation is viewed here as an analog to Roman confirmation, which was never the case in Byzantine sacramental theology, but has now become standard in textbooks on sacramental theology in the Orthodox Church. So this is a clear Uniat influence. Another important liturgical innovation of the 1618 Trebnik is reflected in a curious discrepancy that so far has escaped the eyes of bibliographers. Different copies of the edition contain different versions of the rite of confession. And you see this on the slide. 3 copies that are in Moscow at the Russian State Library and the State History Museum, and in St. Petersburg at the National Library of Russia, and the copy here at the Lithuanian Academy of Sciences, have the same rite of confession that is printed in the 1606 Ostrog Trebnik, also printed in present-day Ukraine, which is also the second rite of confession of the 1606 Stratton Trebnik. And, the 3 copies on the right, so 2 copies at the Russian State Library and the one at the State History Museum. And the 4 copies on the left in this slide, so the copy at the National Library of Russia in St. Petersburg, the copy at the Russian State Library in Moscow, the copy at GIM, the State History Museum in Moscow, and the copy here at the Lithuanian Academy of Sciences, contain a modified version of the order when someone wishes to confess in the beginning, which is the unique rite of confession printed only in the Stratton Trebnik. But the ending of the rite is modified by the inclusion of a prayer with a declaratory formula of absolution, influenced by the Latin formula ego auctoritate ipsius te absolvo, pronounced by the priest. Господь наш Иисус Христос, да простит тебе вся согрешения твоя, и аз недостойный власти Его Пресвятою прощаю и разрешаю. May our Lord Jesus Christ forgive you all of your sins, and I, the unworthy, forgive and absolve you through his most holy power. So this is a clear influence of Latin sacramental theology, where the words I forgive and absolve were required for the validity of the sacrament of confession or penance in Roman Catholic sacramental theology, and this must have been included by the editors into this edition. It seems that the Trebnik of 1618, as it was produced by Leon Mamonich, contained this particular version of the Confession Rite, but it seemed to be too Latin to the editors in the Orthodox confraternity, and so it was replaced in a number of copies by the rite that is a copy of the rite in the Ostroh Trebnik. And these changes appear to have been made in later runs, perhaps also when the monastic materials were printed, which would explain why the only copy that contains the monastic materials has the Ostroh version of the rite. So that's RGB 6194, that has the monastic materials. Although it does not explain why the Latinized rite is present in the copy at the Lithuanian Academy of Sciences, which mentions the monastic rites in its table of contents, but does not include them. As with the reforms introduced into the Služebnik of 1617, these changes in the Trebnik proved long-lasting, and while the Orthodox did not adopt a ritual separation of baptism and chrismation to separate rites, the theology of treating baptism and chrismation as two separate sacraments may be found in the influential Trebnik of Peter Magilla and in subsequent textbooks on sacramental theology. And moreover, the Latinized declaratory formula of absolution was reproduced almost verbatim in the Trebnik of Peter Magilla, and then in the 1658 Moscow Trebnik printed under Patriarch Nikon. And from there, it survives in the modern liturgical books and in the practice of the Russian Orthodox Church, and through it of all the other Slavic Orthodox churches. And so even though Father Miguel Arranz, in his work on confession, attempted to argue that declaratory absolution prayers existed in Byzantine Greek sources, as the study of the 1617 and 1618 editions shows, this was clearly a Uniat innovation that was introduced in Vilnius and then from there spread to Kiev and then to Moscow. So what conclusion can we make about the production of the Služebnik and the Trebnik, printed in Vilnius in 1617 and 1618? The first is methodological. In working with these editions, it is important to carefully review all of the existing copies, because they differ one from another. And so we cannot simply rely on the data supplied in catalogs by bibliographers. The other is historical and ideological. Orthodox and Uniats worked in Vilnius side by side, and they produced unique results. The two liturgical books in question follow closely Greek Epicologia printed in Venice. They logically extend the liturgical reform of Bishop Gideon Balaban and preempt the reform of Patriarch Nikon. At the same time, they draw on Latin sources and Latin theology, and ironically, the books proved extremely influential, and their Latin-based reforms are accepted by the Orthodox, first in Kiev and then in Moscow. Furthermore, since Muscovite liturgy and literature is historically more conservative than that of the Uniats, these practices are maintained today by the Orthodox, even though the Uniats, whose community authored these changes originally, have by and large rejected them following the Second Vatican Council. So the Uniats in many ways have gone back to the original practice of the Orthodox. These observations confirm the thesis that I placed in my title, that the capital of the Grand Duchy of Lithuania in the 17th century was a crossroads of civilizations, influenced by and itself influencing the culture and communities with which it traded books and ideas. Thank you for your attention. And these materials have appeared in print. You can find them on my academia page. You can just scan that QR code with your telephone. It will take you to my papers. Thank you.
Yeah, wonderful. Thank you very much, especially for your, appendix. So our next speaker is Jerzy Sostapchuk. I hope you are prepared and also in the technical way prepared, and we're waiting.
I'm waiting for a presentation. Is it going? Yeah. Okay. Out of 110 early printed Cyrillic Tetra-Evangelia, only 4 were printed in Vilnius, 3 times at the Mamonich printing house and once at the Vilnius Orthodox Brotherhood of the Holy Spirit. As extant copies point out, the last one appeared in Vilnius and Vevis. In most cases, early printed books, including Tetra-Evangelia, that were issued at the same publishing house and by the same printer are, as a rule, very similar both typographically and textologically. This opinion also refers to all 4 Vilnius Gospel editions. Splendid design, as well as other details of the first Vilnius Gospel edition, printed in 1575, were reproduced to a great extent by the second and third Tetraevangelia issued in Vilnius. While the Tetraevangelion published by the Vilnius Orthodox Confraternity in 1644 was completely different from the previous 3 Vilnius Gospel editions. Ukrainian scholar Natalia Bondar stated that many typographical peculiarities were closely copied from the Tetraevangelia issued in Lviv. Textual analysis of several different texts of many early printed Cyrillic Tetraevangelia, with special attention to the first 2 Lviv Gospel editions issued at the Lviv Dormition Brotherhood Printing House on October 20, 1636, and at the Mihailo Shloska Printing House on May 18, 1644, indicated the edition that served as the origin for the 4th Vilnius Tetraevangelion. The following texts were examined. The first 2 chapters of Gospel of Mark, 4 chapter titles and 4 prefaces to the 4 Gospels and the Menologion that was always placed at the end of early printed Cyrillic Tetraevangelia. Thus, it can be stated that the beginning and the end, together with different inner parts of Gospel editions, have been textually examined, leading therefore to the same conclusion. The 4th Vilnius Tetraevangelion reproduced in its different parts the text of the first Lviv Gospel edition, issued by Lviv Dormition Brotherhood Printing House on October 20, 1636. The Lviv Brotherhood, which was the oldest Orthodox association with Stavropigeal rites, ran not only schools, hospitals, but also a printing house. Its importance increased with the introduction of the Union of Brest in 1596, as its main goal from this moment was to protect the Orthodox Church. It influenced the activities of other Orthodox confraternities, including the one in Vilnius, with which it closely cooperated for a long time. The Vilnius Orthodox Brotherhood of the Holy Spirit had the same objectives as the Lviv Dormition Confraternity. Thus, it should not come as a surprise that the Vilnius Brotherhood in 1640s preferred to copy the first Lviv Gospel edition, issued by the Lviv Dormition Orthodox Brotherhood, than the one of the first 3 Vilnius Tetraevangelia printed at the Mamonich Printing House. There may have been several reasons for this preference. Starting from the first decade of the 17th century, Kuzma and Luke Mamonich were the main publishers of books for the Greek Catholic Church, and from the second decade of the 17th century, the Mamonich Printing House issued books exclusively for use in this church. Moreover, the Mamonich Tetraevangelia, which will be discussed in a minute, closely followed the Muscovite liturgical tradition, while the Lviv Gospel editions differed somewhat from it. Printing a Tetraevangelion with a Menologion reflected the Muscovite traditions would mean spreading those liturgical customs in the lands of Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth and thus contributing to their gradual implementation. Printing a liturgical Tetraevangelion for the first time in Vilnius in 1575 was preceded by issuing 10 Cyrillic Gospel editions. 7 of them appeared in the lands of medieval Romania and Serbia. It's hardly possible that they reached Vilnius and could have served as the source of the first 3 Vilnius Tetraevangelia. The Middle Bulgarian and Serbian Orthodox liturgical and textual traditions reflected in these 7 Gospel editions differed somehow from the East Slavonic ones. 3 other Tetraevangelia that preceded the printing of the first Vilnius Gospel edition appeared in the lands of East Slavs. They were issued in Moscow twice in 50s and once in 60s of 16th century. For the preparation of the first Vilnius Gospel edition, one of the 3 Moscow Tetraevangelia could have been used, but there is no direct historical evidence to support this presupposition. As the Mamonich prints were also sold on the Moscow markets, they had to follow Muscovite tradition, also the liturgical one. It should not come as a surprise that the same feasts and saints were included in the first 3 Moscow and in all 3 Mamonich Gospel editions. One can also assume that Gospel manuscripts, whose menologion reflected the Muscovite liturgical tradition, could have been used for the preparation of the first Vilnius Gospel edition. This presentation explores the feasts and saints as well as sacred events mentioned in the menologia of the 4 Cyrillic Gospel editions issued in Vilnius in 1575, in 1600, circa 1620 and 1644. Other early printed liturgical Tetraevangelia issued in different parts of Slavia Orthodoxia, that means in the Romanian and Serbian lands, in Kiev, Lviv, especially first 2 editions, and in Moscow, and especially first 3 editions, and Pochaev were also used as a supplementary source of data. The early printed Cyrillic Tetraevangelia used in religious services were equipped with a special appendix containing liturgical rubrics for feasts and commemorations of saints. Its second part, the Menologion, which corresponds to the fixed liturgical calendar, was divided into 12 sections, corresponding to the months of years, and always started with September. All early printed Cyrillic Tetraevangelia issued by 1652, including 4 Vilnius Gospel editions, have an abbreviated Menologion. This type of Menologion doesn't contain a list of feasts and commemorations of saints for all of the days in 12 months, but only for those most important for the Christian tradition from the point of the printers or target Gospels users. A comparison of number of days in the 12 months attested that the first 3 Vilnius Tetraevangelia differ from the 4th one. In this aspect, they closely follow the 3 16th century Muscovite editions, while the 4th Vilnius Tetraevangelion copies the first Lviv Gospel. As presented on the slide, the number of days in the respective months are exactly the same in the 3 Mamonich editions and the 3 16th century Moscow Tetraevangelia. And this you can see. Does it work? Or on the display it's not possible to show. And sorry. The second and the third column, you can see the number of days in the 3 Vilnius and 3 Moscow editions. And as well as in the 4th Vilnius and the first Lviv Gospel editions, but no longer in the second one, in the second Lviv Gospel edition issued by Mikhailo Shloska. In the 4th and 5th column, especially in the months September and October, you can see that these 2 editions are different from the second Lviv edition that was issued by Mikhailo Shloska. All early printed Cyrillic liturgical Tetraevangelia share a great number of common feasts and saints, as well as sacred events in their menologia. All of the commemorations present in the 4 Vilnius in the three 16th century Moscow Gospel editions and in the first Lviv Tetra-Evangelion amounted to 205 commemorations. This group of commemorations clearly proves that all early printed Cyrillic Tetra-Evangelia share a common basic liturgical component. However, some commemorations are present in the first three Vilnius and the three 16th century Moscow Gospel editions, but are absent in the fourth Vilnius and the first Lviv Tetra-Evangelia. Their presence in the first three Maimonides Tetra-Evangelia and absence in the fourth Vilnius Gospel attest that these editions followed slightly different local liturgical traditions, and that the first three Vilnius Tetra-Evangelia couldn't serve as the basis for the printing of the fourth one. All these 12 commemorations are presented on the slide. There are even more commemorations that can be found in the fourth Vilnius and the first Lviv Gospel editions, but are absent in the first three Vilnius and three 16th century Moscow Tetra-Evangelia. Their presence in the fourth Vilnius Gospel editions and absence in the first three Maimonides Tetra-Evangelia also attest that these editions follow slightly different local liturgical traditions, and that the first three Vilnius Tetra-Evangelia could not have served as the basis for the printing of the fourth Vilnius one. Among these 35 commemorations, the 34 saints and two groups of saints, one consisting of 45 persons, as well as 9 feasts, can be listed. On the slide, there are listed only a few of them. It could seem a little strange, but in the fourth Vilnius, in the four Vilnius, and the three 16th century Moscow, and in the first Lviv Gospel editions, the commemoration of the Holy Martyr Sophia and 3 daughters, Faith, Hope, and Love, commemorated on September 17, is missing. These 8 early printed Tetra-Evangelia that have been researched belong to the group of East Slavonic Gospel editions. Thus, it should not be surprising that the South Slavonic saints, such as Arsenius, Archbishop of Serbia, Sava, the first Archbishop of Serbia, and Simeon of Serbia, the new mirror flowing, are missing. These saints were introduced into East Slavonic Tetra-Evangelia in later editions. Saint Sava was introduced in 1637, Saint Simeon in 1653, and Saint Arsenius only in 1685. It's worth noting that East Slavonic saints and sacred events started to appear in greater numbers in Gospel Menologia, beginning with the Moscow Tetra-Evangelion issued in 1606. In all older East Slavonic early printed Tetra-Evangelia, only 2 commemorations of East Slavonic saints can be found. It's repose of Prince Vladimir, commemorated on July 15, and slaying of Saints Boris and Gleb, commemorated on July 24. It was the first Lviv Tetra-Evangelion that for the first time had included in its Menologion several East or South Slavonic saints, as for example Saint Paraskeva, Petka of Tarnovo, Saint Cyril, who is called Teacher and Baptist of Slavs and Bulgarians, Holy Martyrs Anthony, John, and Eustathius of Vilnius, and repose of Saint Theodosius. Only one commemoration, that is the translation of the relics of Theodosius of the Kiev caves, included in the first Lviv Tetra-Evangelion, never appeared in any of Moscow Gospel editions, in contrast to the all consecutive Lviv, Kiev, Pochaev, and the fourth Vilnius Tetra-Evangelia. Based on the presented data, on the commemorations of saints and feasts in the first three Vilnius Tetraevangelia and the three 16th century Moscow Gospel editions, it is clearly noticeable that they are very similar from the liturgical point of view. It was only the textual analysis of the Menologion that revealed some significant variants and thus pointed out the numerous differences between them. Some of these textual variants, which are displayed on the slide, could serve as a proof to exclude the possibility that the printers of Mamonich printing house has applied one of the three 16th century Moscow Tetraevangelia as their source. The text of Menologion in Moscow Gospel editions could have undergone a redaction process. Textual analysis of the Menologia found in the fourth Vilnius and the first Lviv Gospel editions proved that the Tetraevangelion printed by Vilnius Orthodox Confraternity copied its source very closely. This fact is proven by only two commemorations revealed in this edition's textual analysis, which are presented on the slide. Conclusions. Liturgical and textual analysis of the Menologia found in all four Vilnius Tetraevangelia with special attention to four other editions, that is the first three Moscow and the first Lviv Gospel, allowed us to draw three main conclusions. The three Mamonich Gospel editions and Tetraevangelion of the Vilnius Orthodox Brotherhood represent slightly different liturgical traditions, the Moscovite and the Lviv ones. None of the first three Moscow Tetraevangelia could serve as the origin for the three Mamonich Tetraevangelia, but it was Gospel manuscript whose Menologion reflected the Moscovite religious tradition. The Tetraevangelion issued in 1644 by the Vilnius Orthodox Brotherhood copied its original, that is the first Lviv Gospel edition printed in 1636 in every detail. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. So, thanks to all speakers, we have plenty of time for discussion, a little more than 10 minutes at least. And I'm waiting for your questions, and also to everybody who is taking part online. Please just add something in the chat, and I will, will ask you to give your questions. So who has questions? Yeah, in the meantime, I have a first question to Marina. Marina, I only heard the English translation, and I wondered a little that there was very often the mention of the booksellers who changed it, inferred in the text and adapted the texts. Was the translation right? And if yes, have you any idea what was the supposed market of these books? Whom were they sold to, and why it was necessary to change books to make them more readable, to more attractive?
Aš atsakysiu lietuviškai. Norėčiau pasakyti, kad būtent LDK tradicijai buvo būdingas toks požiūris į tekstą, kad jį galima keisti. Ir aš parodžiau, kad būtent ir skirtingose knyginiuose centruose, skirtingais laikais, būtent LDK teritorijoje ir abiejų tautų Respublikos knygininkai žiūrėjo į tekstą kitaip negu Maskvos tradicijos knygininkai. Toks požiūris į tekstą, kad jį galima keisti, pavyzdžiui, suprantamumo sumetimais arba kažkoks buvo jų kitoks požiūris į tekstą, pavyzdžiui, jis yra labai didelės apimties, jie tada segmentuodavo į dalis ir skirtingom datom tą tekstą priskirdavo sinaksarę. Ir tuo ir skiriasi LDK tradicijos sinaksaro rankraščiai, nes tas knygas, apie kurias aš kalbėjau, čia būtent rankraštinė tradicija, kad Maskvos tradicijoje tie pamokymai, jie buvo perrašomi be pakeitimo, o LDK teritorijoje jie transformavosi, juos keitė ir ne vieną kartą. Tai yra toksai esminis skirtumas, tradicijų skirtumas.
Sorry for continuing. I had some problems with using this translation set. Should I ask in Russian? Is it easier for us to communicate? Мне просто удивило, что я это не совсем поняла, что у вас идет речь о продавце рукописных книг. Значит, насколько я понимаю, были какие-то центры, где готовили книги рукописные, чтобы их продать. Это то, что я поняла из перевода. Это так или нет?
Нет, о продаже книг речи не было. Книги создавались в книжных центрах и потом находились в монастырях каких-то, при церквях. О продаже книг не шло речи.
Ну, тогда понятно. Я просто думала, кому эти книги важные, они уже печатались. И большое спасибо за уточнение.
Это, да, рукописная традиция, которая распространялась там таким образом. Монастырские центры, книжные центры.
Yeah. Do we have any further questions? Пожалуйста, с микрофоном. Надо вот другое, красное.
Так, хорошо. Если я... Там было издание Вильна, где говорилось, ну и это понятно, да, переводе из греческого языка. Ясно, с какого издания греческого?
Да, спасибо за вопрос. Точно установить не удается, но удается установить приблизительно на основании вот тех изменений, которые были внесены в Стрятинский служебник 1604 года, что под руками должно было быть венецианское печатное издание греческого «Евхология», напечатанное между 1580 годом и 1602. И это устанавливается путем сравнения всех доступных венецианских печатных изданий с Стрятинским изданием. К сожалению, исследование венецианских печатных изданий греческих достаточно сложное дело, потому что, в отличие от кириллицы, у нас нет нормального каталога греческих книг, есть какие-то перечисления, но такого хорошего описательного каталога у нас нет. И сохранившиеся экземпляры разбросаны по всевозможным библиотекам, вот, поэтому не удалось просмотреть все. Поэтому вот с этой оговоркой, что, возможно, что-то изменится, если кто-то посмотрит еще какие-то экземпляры.
А Пападополоса каталог смотрели?
Да, конечно.
Ну, двухтомный, да? Двухтомный каталог Пападополоса, да? То есть это вы видели. Сейчас я просто... То есть там только речь о евхологии. В смысле требник, да. А служебник тоже был с греческого? Я, может, просто не... служебник, да?
Да, система такая. А вот именно по служебнику именно удается точно определить, что это был венецианский печатной евхологии. По служебнику это удается установить. По Пападополоса я смотрел, но у Пападополоса просто перечисление наименований. У него нет описания никакого вот этих вот всех изданий.
Не расписано, да, согласна. Ну, просто я тут пыталась же найти какие-то греческие издания. Единственное, что могу коротко прокомментировать, что в РГБ есть, ну, у нас, да, в фонде есть служебник, который был привезен отсюда, греческий, естественно, но он, видимо, поздно был привезен, хотя, нет, в смысле, привезен, конечно, поздно, это Виленская публичная библиотека из собрания. А я имею в виду, что он был подарен, ну, он ясно, что здесь ходил на этих землях в 17 веке, и он был подарен Мефодием Терлецким Антонию Селяве, причем на съезде в Люблине. Да, то есть, но до этого, то есть, может быть, он только у них был, может быть, он не был вот в использовании. 16 века, там, 1578 года, скорее всего. Ну, это, я об этом писала просто на всякий случай, что это вот это есть тоже в фонде. Потому что больше я тоже ничего не находила. Больше я тоже ничего не находила, поэтому вот могу только сказать это. Ну, то есть вот тут ничего не осталось, я вот о чем, да, то есть вот, но я тоже не находила, искала, да.
Тут ничего не осталось, и от этого этапа книгопечатания, в отличие от того, что происходило в Москве на печатном дворе в последующую эпоху, нет никаких корректурных экземпляров. Поэтому вычислить можно только путем сравнения каких-то литургических или текстологических характеристик. Вот диссертация моя была по ирмологию, и там удается проследить в тексте ирмасов или в порядке следования ирмасов есть некоторые ошибки, и они воспроизводятся в никоновском издании. Значит, скорее всего, под руками у них было именно вот это вот издание. Только, мне кажется, таким способом можно установить.
Если можно, очень короткое замечание, что упоминание греческого языка в печатных книгах, да и в некоторых рукописных тоже, может далеко не всегда отражать реальную ситуацию. Например, трёдная синаксария, изданная вот на русской мове, имеет информацию о том, что они переведены с греческого, но реально это перевод с сербского перевода на церковнославянский, а тот, конечно, с греческого. То есть, получается, они не указывают не непосредственный перевод, а могут указывать в конечный источник, откуда это взято.
Это даже может быть как такой, ну, общий такой посыл, что вот мы опираемся на греческие книги, а на самом деле они не опираются на греческие книги. Да, да.
Но если уж говорила, речь шла о московском печатном дворе, то все-таки там именно, поскольку сохранились корректурные экземпляры, сохранились рукописи, там мы прям видим, да, упоминание виленское, киевское, греческое, то есть реальная сверка. Да, справа реальная. То есть, ну, и говорить, что все так, ну, как бы все-таки сложно.
Нет, мы не говорим, что все так. Мы знаем, что во Львове делались переводы с греческого, и такие переводы известны. Просто говорю о том, что каждое упоминание греческого языка невозможно принимать за чистую монету, а надо каждый раз специально проводить исследование, правда это или нет.
I have a question, which may be our last question for today. A question to Jerzy. I thought very much about how to say this difference between
the very successful printing of the Tetra Evangelia in the time you described and the situation with SKORINA. And I have several questions about this comparison. On the one hand, if the Maimonides were able to sell 3 editions, I don't know. Is it okay if I ask in English? They just were very successfully selling 3 editions, and why did SKORINA not print a Tetra Evangelia? On the other hand, SKORINA obviously tried to print a complete Bible, and were there any attempt by the Maimonides or other printing houses to repeat this in Vilnius? Was there some, to say, was a complete Bible needed in Vilnius at the end of the 16th century, or was this idea of SKORINA, just to say, lost on his audience or on the booksellers who he wanted to reach? Do you have any ideas? You can ask in whatever language you like, answer in whatever language you like. But please switch on your micro.
Была ли нужда для православного населения в полной Библии? Я думаю, если была бы нужна, тогда бы она намного раньше где-то появилась. В этой православной традиции есть тексты, разделяются на богослужебные, на толковые и на эти четие. Ну, это как-то унаследование из греческой традиции. Впервые, это первый свод всех библейских книг, это конец 15 столетия. А после этого напечатали Острогскую Библию. SKORINA начал печатать Ветхий Завет. Разве ли это у него была идея напечатать всю Библию? Или просто некоторые книги из Ветхого Завета? Или просто Ветхий Завет? Я не знаю, насколько... Мне ничего не известно, что у него была идея напечатать полную Библию.
Но все-таки спрос на Теtra Евангелие было в конце XVI века. Есть у вас какие-то идеи, кому эта печатная книга была нужна? Это только...
Разве это люд простый, люд посполитый пользовался этим? Вряд ли. Я не думаю, что простые люди просто читают. Это было направлено на богослужебное использование. Исключить, что они не читали это, тоже используется.
Окей, большое спасибо. В чате у нас, к сожалению, вопросов нет. И, дорогие коллеги, нас не слышат онлайн. Хорошо. Но мне кажется, все-таки мы сейчас пойдем на чаепитие. Let's go to have some tea. Okay, and continue our questions, answers, and discussion later. Yeah, thank you for joining. Thank you, thanks to everybody, and yeah, goodbye from Vilnius.
Labą dieną. Pradedam paskutinę, nežinau, sekcijos sesiją, jeigu taip galima pasakyti, kuri vadinasi institucinės ir asmeninės bibliotekos Lietuvos Didžiojoje kunigaikštystėje ir Europoje. Taigi, sekcijos tematika apima matyti ne tik tai bibliotekas, bet ir knygų sklaidą, cirkuliaciją visuomeniai ir panašiai. Ir pirmas, galbūt, ką aš čia prisistatinėsiu, yra parašyta, Arvydas Pacevičius, atstovauju Vilniaus universitetą. Ir pirmasis mūsų pranešimas, ar viskas tvarkoj su vertimu, girdite taip? Everything is all right, hello. Do you have possibility, yes, to hear translation, yes? Okay. Pirmas pranešimas, privilegijos gale, Piotr Kovčiko spaustuvės Krokuvoje atvejis. Gyvai jį pristatys daktarė Magdalena Komorovska iš Jogailaičio universiteto. Šnektelėjom prieš pranešimą, atstovauja polonistikos tyrimus, polonistikos tyrimų centras, fakultetas. Do you have Vidžel polonističny? Tak, Vidžel. Fakultetas. Prašau.
Privileges? Okay, yeah. So, privileges or monopolies are one of the better studied aspects of early Polish printing. Their form and function, as well as their legal efficacy, have been thoroughly analyzed by Maria Juda. She has also edited a corpus of several hundred extant and known privileges issued by various state and ecclesiastical authorities, primarily to printers, but also to individual authors or institutions, such as religious orders. In her analysis, Juda focused on the legal aspects of printing privileges. She strongly emphasized the desire of the state authorities to supervise the market for official publications and of the church authorities to control religious books, especially liturgical ones. By contrast, she paid relatively little attention to the importance of privileges for the operation of the printers who held them, without actually going beyond stating that the privileges were quite effective in protecting their interests. The role of privileges from the printer's point of view, despite their relatively good recognition, is not easy to define. Answering this question would require determining the share of privilege-protected books in workshop production and combining this with sales data to determine their profitability. With regard to 16th century Polish printing houses, this is essentially impossible. In researching their history, one of the most difficult tasks is to reconstruct the economic aspects of the operation of print shops. Determining the cost of labor and materials, ways to finance publications, estimating circulation, identifying distribution channels, etc., is usually prevented by an acute lack of sources. Most of these issues can only be considered by cautious analogy with the better documented activities of Western workshops or on the basis of isolated, haphazardly preserved contracts or accounts. The lack of larger archival corpora, but also a contemporary bibliography, is a significant impediment to this research. Thanks to the fortunately preserved archival materials and the juxtaposition with a simple bibliographic database created for my own purposes, I was able to obtain a partial answer to the questions posed above with regard to the Kraków printing house of the Piotr Kovczyk family. This workshop operated for almost exactly 100 years, between 1574 and 1674. Until 1620, it was run by its founder, Andrzej the Elder. It was then managed for 25 years by Andrzej the Younger, his son, professor of law at the Kraków Academy and a city councillor, and then by his widow. From 1664 to 1674, the printing house was in the hands of their son Stanisław, a soldier ennobled for his wartime merits. In 1674, Stanisław donated the print shop to the Kraków Academy, and thus it became the foundation of the university press. The Piotr Kovczyk printing house was established during a period of rapid growth of printing in the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth. In the last quarter of the 16th century, both the number of Krakow printing houses and the volume of their production, measured by the number of sheets, increased significantly. The volume of Polish language books increased by leaps and bounds. The first permanent, and by permanent I mean operating constantly for a period of time longer than 3 years, so first permanent print shops were also established in other smaller cities. On a national scale, there was a marked increase in the number of editions published. Printing can be discussed as an agent of social or cultural change. In this case, however, it seems that it was the printing trade that benefited more from the cultural changes taking place. New workshops were able to emerge and flourish primarily due to the increased demand for the printed word created by the implementation of the Tridentine reform. Jesuit colleges played a particular role in this process, attracting printers to smaller urban centers. The printing output of the Piotrkowczyks confirms this view of the late 16th and early 17th printing. Their production was in every way dominated by Catholic books in all their variety, from bulky and technically demanding chant books, through sermons, biblical editions and pamphlets, to tiny booklets of litanies or psalms, not much bigger than a box of matches. Books by Jesuit authors account for a quarter of all editions and more than a half of all the sheets of paper printed by Andrzej the Elder. Piotrkowczyk printing house is usually overshadowed by more famous workshops with longer 16th century tradition, such as Drukarnia Łazarzowa, run by Jan Januszowski, workshops of the Scharfenbergers, the Siebeneichers, and Maciej Wierzbięta. In the 17th century, on the other hand, more is said about Franciszek Cezary or the Szedel family. However, it was the Piotrkowczyk print shop that was the most productive in the Commonwealth throughout the 16th and 17th centuries. Piotrkowczyks printed a total of over 1,000 editions. The largest number was printed by Andrzej the Elder. 440 recorded editions with a total volume of 11,800 sheets. When these numbers are averaged, it appears that between 1574 and 1620, he printed 9 editions and 250 sheets per year, but the dynamics of this production were not constant. Until the late 1570s, it did not exceed 40 sheets per year. In the 1580s, as you can see, annual averages over 5-year periods were around 100 sheets. Then, in 1590s, almost 230, and in the last 5 years of the 16th century, over 300 sheets. However, the print shop did not reach its peak of productivity until 1601-1620, with an output of almost 400 sheets per year, with averages exceeding 420 sheets in the 5-year period 1601-1605 and 1616-1620. No other Krakow printer reached similar productivity during this period. Januszowski printed an average of 330 sheets per year during the 26 years of his work, and just over 360 in his best 5 years. Cezary printed an average of around 220 sheets per year between 1616 and 1651. Krzysztof Szedel managed to maintain an average production of over 200 sheets for only a few years. It is worth noting that according to the available data, most 16th century Krakow printers produced between 70, 80 and 100 sheets per year, while in the 17th century, a productivity of just over 100 sheets maintained for several years was achieved, in addition to those mentioned above, by 3 other printers. It should be noted that Andrzej Piotrkowczyk the Elder created his workshop from scratch. Unfortunately, it has not been possible to establish where he got the money to start his business. Relatively quickly, however, he began printing for the circle of Prymyt Karnkowski and the Jesuits, with whom he worked closely throughout his career. One might even venture to say that it was thanks to Jesuit bestsellers that the workshop was able to develop so rapidly. And it was not just access to jobs paid for by the Society of Jesus or the Catholic hierarchy. Piotr Kowczyk probably financed the production of the most important books himself. This is indicated, among other things, by the preserved privileges issued to the printer by Polish kings. The privilege for Harfa Duchowna, or the Spiritual Harp, a popular prayer book by Marcin Laterna, which was reprinted over a dozen times, clearly states that the printer undertook to print it at his own expense. The privilege for the printing of the New Testament and Psalter in the translation by Jakub Wujek mentions the assurance of profits to the printer who undertook the work and covered the expenses. This last privilege also shows that the printer knew the market and its needs very well. Not only does the privilege extend to the printing of the New Testament and the Psalter, both in two versions, with and without the translator's scholarly commentary, but also to Ewangelia i Epistoły, or pericopes and epistles, collected from this translation, which was printed by Piotr Kowczyk at least 10 times. It can be assumed that similar separate privileges protected other popular books, such as Piotr Skarga's sermons and his Lives of the Saints, or Wujek's Postel. In the last years of the 16th century, Piotr Kowczyk succeeded in obtaining the right to print chant books. According to Jan Januszowski, who for many years sought permission and a commission to print the chant books, Piotr Kowczyk managed to convince the bishops by promising that he would finance the production himself. The content of the privilege granted to Piotr Kowczyk remains unknown, but both he and his heirs regularly reprinted these sizable volumes. It is worth mentioning in this context that in 1628 Andrzej the Younger, wishing to obtain an episcopal privilege to print the consular constitutions and liturgical books, asked for help from the influential academy professor Tomasz Świnarski. Świnarski wrote 3 letters to members of the primate chapter, and Piotr Kowczyk obtained the majority vote he needed. Needless to say, the market for all these publications was guaranteed in advance. To the privilege for Jesuit bestsellers and liturgical books, Piotr Kowczyk the Elder soon added those for the works of Jan Kochanowski, the most renowned Polish poet of the time, and as well as for same constitutions, parliamentary constitutions. On the scale of the Commonwealth, this made him a tycoon with the exclusive right to print the best-selling groups of publications. It did not stop there, however. Piotr Kowczyk the Elder made sure that the privileges he had won were passed on to his heirs. His son Andrzej and son-in-law Tommaso Dolabella, a painter associated with the court of Sigismund III Vasa. Andrzej the Younger followed his father's footsteps. He took care to renew the privileges he held, and towards the end of his life, he extended them to his wife and children. Several of these collective privileges are preserved in the Jagiellonian University archives. Of particular interest is a document from 1645, which, in addition to a general mention of protecting the entire production of the Piotr Kowczyk workshop, lists 105 titles, which, it can be assumed, were the most important from the point of view of the printer's profits at the time. Thank you. Of the titles listed in the privilege, 23 can already be found in the repertoire of the older Piotr Kowczyk. The list opens with monumental chant books, Graduale, Psalterium and Antiphonarium. Then there are Piotr Skarga's writings with Żywoty Świętych, or Lives of the Saints, 3 collections of sermons, and an abbreviated Polish version of Baronios Annales Ecclesiasticae. Then there are Fabian Birkowski's sermons, the Bible translated by Wujek, and same constitutions. In addition, Andrzej the Elder also had privileges to works by Kochanowski, Wujek's Postel, the Institutione Grammatica by Emanuel Alvarez, Imitatio Christi in Polish translation, as well as Laternas, spiritual harps, and other prayer books, patronals, and mass propers. In the 440 editions produced by Andrzej the Elder's workshop, it has been possible to identify a total of 102 editions of titles listed in the 1645 privilege. On the other hand, when it comes to the number of sheets, the proportion of items mentioned in the privilege is significantly higher at 70%. In the case of Andrzej the Younger, almost 200 of the 376 recorded editions were protected, or 52%. Translated into the number of printed sheets, the percentage is also significantly higher and amounts to 80% of the total production. At the same time, it should be remembered that privileges not only gave exclusive rights to print profitable publications, such as constitutions or liturgical books, but also protected finished editions and provided time for their distribution. It can be assumed that it was for this reason that Andrzej the Younger made sure that the list of protected books included titles that were either recently printed or more difficult to sell. The widow used privileges she already had, while Stanisław Teodor added several new items to the list. In the production of the widow and the last of the Piotrkowczyks, items printed under the privileges in question accounted for at least 50% of the editions and 75% of the sheets, and 35% of editions and 63% of the sheets, respectively. Given the current state of research, it is difficult to say whether this degree of protection was usual or exceptional in the Krakow printing trade. One can only conclude that the Piotrkowczyks sought legal protection for most of their production from the very beginning, which is evident not from the number of titles listed in the privileges and their editions, but from the calculation of the amount of paper needed to print one copy of each edition. Moreover, in the Piotrkowczyk output, it was mainly the bulky folios, which took a long time to produce and consumed large sums of money in the process, that were protected. It is the folio, as the format of many liturgical books, official publications, and postils, that constitutes the dominant group in the output of the printing house, again, if one counts sheets rather than editions. Interestingly enough, Piotrkowczyk's main competitor in the 16th century, Jan Januszowski, had a similar strategy for running his print shop. He started to work on his own around the same time as Piotrkowczyk the Elder, and was instantly aware of the opportunities that the Tridentine reform had to offer. His efforts to obtain privileges for liturgical books began almost immediately. In addition, in the output of his predecessors, Hieronim Wietor and Łazarz Andrysowicz, legal works occupied an important place, so Januszowski closely guarded this segment of the market. At the end of the 1580s, he obtained for the first time the privilege to print same constitutions and the title of the Royal Archtypographer, which facilitated access to commissions. The cooperation with Jan Kochanowski and his widow should also be mentioned. Januszowski's productivity was unprecedented compared to other printers of the Commonwealth in the 16th century. He printed more than 3 times as much annually as any other workshop, not counting Piotrkowczyk, but Januszowski surpassed him at that time too. It is safe to say, therefore, that in addition to the money needed to fund print runs, a printer wishing to expand on a larger scale needed privileges, not just for individual titles, but for entire groups of profitable publications, such as liturgical or government publications, popular postils, etc. It was these, and not, as can often be read in histories of the region's printing industry, cheap devotional publications that brought in the most revenue. The accumulation of privileges by ambitious printers was a sign of a long-term strategy that ensured the workshop's stability for many years. It seems that official publications alone were enough to ensure the continuity of the workshop's operation. In the years 1579-1607, The Scharfenberger print shop produced almost exclusively the same constitutions, and in the difficult 1650s, the widow of Andrzej Piotrkowczyk the Younger operated in a similar way. The aspirations of the Krakow printers bring to mind the actions of much more serious players in the European market, such as Balthazar Moretus II the Younger, who systematically moved away from printing so-called libri nigri, that is, books printed exclusively in black ink, with the exception of a few bestsellers, such as Imitatio Christi. And Moretus moved to libri rubro nigri, that is, liturgical books. It must be remembered, however, that the latter category is broad, as it ranges from missals in folio to small format portable breviaries or offices. Moretus also, like Piotrkowczyk, sought privileges through well-placed individuals. Today's paper is a small but important part of many years of research into the printing production of the Piotrkowczyk printing house. I would like to conclude by arguing that in addition to answering the question of the cultural role of early printing, it is worthwhile to examine it as a craft and to look at the early printers not as coryphae of cultural change, well, some obviously were, but mainly as entrepreneurs operating under specific socio-economic conditions, seeking profit and social advancement. The Piotrkowczyks achieved both, and their success, in addition to the generally favorable circumstances for Polish printing at the turn of the 16th and 17th centuries, must be largely attributed to the consistent accumulation and renewal of printing privileges. Thank you.
Ačiū labai. Galbūt būtų trumpas klausimas, vienas, jeigu kas nori pasitikslinti dėl tam tikrų dalykų. Jeigu nėra, tuomet noriu pranešti, kad antrojo programoje numatyto pranešimo apie knygų kolekcionavimo Baltijos regione dėja mes neturime, yra pakeitimai programoje. Ir sutiko dabar iš trečios buvusios pozicijos į antrą atkeliauti pranešėja irgi iš Krokuvos, kuri žada skaityti pranešimą nuotoliniu būdu. Mes jau ją matome. Labą dieną, hello, nice to see you.
Hello.
Cześć, Kraków. Ir pristatysiu, tai yra habilituota daktarė Justina Kiliančik-Zemba iš Jogailaičių universiteto Lenkijoje. What faculty you represent?
Wydział Polonistyki, Polish Studies Department.
Polonistika. Ir Justina parengė pranešimą knygų ženklai nekilmingųjų super exlibrisai 16 amžiaus Lenkijoje. Taigi, prašau, galite pradėti.
Thank you for this kind introduction and good afternoon. Thanks for having me, even if only remotely. With my talk, we will remain in Kraków, but I will talk not about the production of books, but their usage, their uses, and their bindings. So I will share my screen with you so that you could see these materials. Sorry. Just a minute. Okay, can you see my screen?
Okay.
Okay. I will begin with a few words of explanation concerning the title of this paper. Because I use here the term supralibros, super ex libris. You said, and this is how we call this element of a binding in Polish too. The term supralibros is admittedly rarely used in book historical discourse in English to name these ownership signs displayed on book covers. The terms armorial stamp, central panel, and ownership stamp dominate. However, in my talk, I will stick to supralibros because for my purposes, this term is most convenient as it points at the placement of particular signs on book bindings and because it suggests these signs' main function, namely the identification of the book owner. Primarily, bindings identified the possessors of the books they protected by displaying the owner's names, sometimes represented by initials. These were often proclaimed in longer inscriptions, sometimes accompanied by a motto. Verbal formulas, in turn, could be combined with visual representations that developed out of heraldry. And many more than any other category, it's the coats of arms of noble owners that proliferate on book bindings that were made in late medieval and early modern times, especially in German lands and in the Commonwealth of Poland and Lithuania. And these book bindings with their supralibros, they constitute my research material. Signs of ownership by non-nobles are less common on book bindings. Nevertheless, merchants' marks, Hausmarken in German, and Bürgerarms, Bürgerwappen, are to be found on bindings protecting volumes that once belonged to non-nobles. And you see a couple of examples here on the slide. The fun starts, I think, in the 16th century, as it is then that these signs of identification and ownership that had their roots in the tradition of heraldic recognition, that is, coats of arms, merchants' marks, and Bürgerarms, began to be influenced by what Michel Pastoureau termed pulsions emblématiques. These emblematic waves reflected cultural trends that boosted the popularity of the emblem, and they were also instrumental in the appearance of the emblem's antecedent, the impresa. Impresa, and you can see one on the book binding of this volume on the right. They were devices by which their bearers might be identified, but more importantly, at the same time, they constituted symbolic portraits of the bearer. These symbolic representations of a purpose, a wish, a line of conduct, comprising of a motto and a picture, began to be employed on book bindings. Of course, they are to be found in many different contexts, but here we are interested with book bindings. And they served as both ownership marks and statements about the book owner's self-image and aspirations. In this paper, I want to focus on supralibros that belong to non-noble owners active in the Commonwealth of Poland and Lithuania at the turn of the 15th and the 16th centuries, and in the first half of the 16th century, mostly in Kraków, the capital of the Kingdom of Poland, and also the vast state's most vibrant book hub, book center. My talk will be merely an overview in which I will show you the distinct and varied types of supralibros belonging to bibliophiles of humble origin. At the same time, I will attempt to identify the concepts that were brought into play in the ownership signs displayed on book bindings. I hope this will serve to portray the symbolical values of supralibros, whose function was not only to identify the owners of the books they were applied to, but also to convey meanings. Perhaps more importantly, I will also suggest the active role of supralibros as statements in functioning of social structures. The earliest supralibros that developed out of the pictorial vocabulary of heraldry and belonged to possessors of non-noble origins were stamps displaying merchants' marks, simple signs usually set up of lines. The earliest known supralibros of this kind that belonged to book owners active in the Kingdom of Poland are small stamps impressed on late 15th century bindings from tools that repeated the models created by armorial seals and signet rings. Representing a conventional pictorial type, they could, however, be employed in more elaborate designs. Such was the case with the supralibros appearing on a binding, you can see in the slide, executed in Kraków towards the end of the 15th century. It depicts the merchant's mark of Johannes Heidecke, a commoner from Pomerania, who became a successful citizen of Kraków. Heidecke earned his bachelor's degree in philosophy at the Kraków University in 1463. Later, he was granted citizenship and worked as a secretary to Kraków City Council. Towards the end of his life, he became a parish priest at St. Mary's, the leading church in the city. In this slide, you can see the Heidecke's ownership stamp displayed in the decoration of the binding on his copy of Pliny, one of the volumes he donated to the library of the Kraków University. It's preserved until today. Not only have the shields with the mark been repeated on both covers, but more importantly, on the lower cover, and I'm showing you a close-up now, where the center panel have been almost entirely filled with the coat of arms of Kraków, shields bearing Heidecke's mark have been depicted as hanging between the towers and in the gateway, in a position traditionally occupied by the Polish eagle. No doubt, the book owner's personal signs were consciously included in the heraldic program, where municipal coats of arms played the most prominent role. Perhaps to stress Heidecke's affiliation with Kraków and to suggest his dedication to the town he lived and worked in. Merchants' marks, such as the one we see here on Heidecke's binding, merchants' mark that belonged to bibliophiles of non-noble origin lived long in the tradition of book binding in Poland. At some point in the 16th century, at the beginning of the 16th century, some of these simple signs started to be displayed on book bindings and circled by mottos. Apparently, such compositions were influenced by emblematic tendencies of putting together words and images to create new, meaningful wholes. These tendencies permeated contemporary culture. And one example I would want to show you, even if I realize the picture is very poor, it's a stamp displaying a merchant's mark accompanied by the initials and the inscription Virtus non sanguis generositas. It belonged to Bernard Wojewódka, about whom we heard today, because he was a man of many occupations and talents. He was a poet, a citizen of Kraków, and also, towards the end of his life, a printer in Brest-Litovsk. In Wojewódka's supralibros, the merchant's mark identifies a commoner, but a motto repeating the trope of virtue being more precious than blood conveys the convictions and social aspirations of an intellectual and civil servant coming from the middle strata of society. Apart from merchants' marks of non-noble individuals, these people assumed also burgher arms as symbols of recognition and identification. An example, and you can see it in the slide again, is provided by the supralibros belonging to Mikołaj Szatka. He was a mathematician and an astrologer lecturing at the Kraków University. His mark of identity was 3 stars and an ostrich feather displayed on a shield. Mikołaj's burger arms appeared in different contexts, not only on his bindings as a supralibros. For example, it served as the author's mark in his printed works. Interestingly, the latter usage leaves no doubt that Mikołaj's sign of recognition was regarded as equally effective as the coat of arms of a noble or an institution. Here, at the title page of Prognostic, he printed with Hieronim Vietor in Kraków, you can see Mikołaj's burger arms displayed alongside the arms of the Archbishop of Gniezno and the Primate of Poland, Jan Łaski, and next to the arms of the Kraków University. The starry burger arms was used by other members of Mikołaj's family. In the slide, you can see it pressed, also from a stamp inherited from Mikołaj, on the bindings of books owned by Gabriel Szatka, Mikołaj's nephew. My next and final example is a set of supralibros marking books owned by a younger colleague of Mikołaj Szatka, a man called Adam Tusinus, who earned his master's degree in the arts in 1526 in Kraków, and in Italy and later in Italy he was promoted to Doctor of Medicine. After coming back to the capital of Poland, he taught mathematical astronomy and astrology at the Kraków University. In Tusinus Supralibros, the most important component was a sign formed from the first 2 Greek letters of the name of Christ. Thanks to the motto "In hoc signo vince," in this sign conquer, stamped beneath the Christogram or around it, there's no doubt that the device alluded to the well-known story of the vision of Constantine. According to tradition, the emperor was instructed in a dream to put a cipher of Christ on the shields of his soldiers. He also claimed to have seen a cross of light above the sun, accompanied by the Greek command that appeared in Latin translation in Tusinus' ownership mark. Tusinus Supralibros, referring to Constantine's moment of epiphany, made use of a well-known symbol and of a popular motto. It was a readily understood device designed to suggest the bearer's Christian devotion. Supposedly, however, this device was not only an ownership mark which proclaimed the owner's piety. Already Constantine extensively used the Christogram as a safeguard against diabolical powers. Practices encouraged by the emperor were rooted in rituals and beliefs widespread in the ancient world, where confidence in the magical power of words and their visual representations was very strong. Naturally, trust in the agency of signs, letters, and names included, remained vital in the Middle Ages and early modernity. The cult of the name of Jesus, usually represented by monograms, flourished. And as a result, these signs representing nomina sacra were ubiquitous. They were carved on doors, embroidered on clothes, cast by goldsmiths, and they became both objects of devotion and charms. And I think Tusinus, when he chose the Christogram as a central element of his device, must have been aware of both the tradition of this sign, the tradition this sign recalled, and this contemporary practice its usage on a book binding seemed to allude to. Tusinus' books that survive in contemporary collections have preserved bindings marked with 3 different stamps. These document the evolution of the fashioning of supralibros. The three stamps for the Kraków astrologer all repeat the same combination of a Christogram flanked by owner's initials and inscription. The device's stable components were first pressed from a miniature round stamp. A little later, the same verbal and visual elements were reiterated on a shield of testa di cavallo type, and finally, the ownership mark of Tucinus was displayed in a manner proposed by heraldic achievements. The central motif, Christogram, was presented on a shield with a crowned helmet and a crest situated above it. Banners with the Christogram, Tucinus' initials, and his motto complemented the elaborate composition and closed in a roundel with the motto Timor Domini Initium Sapientia, the eve of the Lord is the beginning of wisdom. It seems plausible that emblazoning the sign of ownership of a non-noble as if it were a hereditary coat of arms, and using these non-noble signs in exactly the way that the nobles used their coats of arms, served a very distinct aim. That is, the representation of the rank and social position of an intellectual and a university professor. I suppose that employing such a supralibros should be interpreted with the Renaissance discussion of vera nobilitas in mind, but also it should be associated with university elites' competition for privileges and social agency, as well as with contemporary legal developments that were promoted by these desires. And in conclusion, I just want to finish with a suggestion that, well, this supralibros of non-nobles that I managed to identify when working on this essay, all these signs, they belong to individuals who can be called intellectuals, men of learning. These people followed professional careers, and thus they bought and read books for their contents. Some were bibliophiles, buyers of numerous handwritten and printed volumes, possessors of ownership stamps, commissioners of beautiful bindings. It seems, nevertheless, that none of them was a status collector, only buying books because this would reflect well on them. At the same time, however, they had their ownership stamps fashioned in certain ways, apparently because they considered supralibros to exhibit performative functions. For their contemporaries, familiar with heraldic conventions and living in an environment of great visual and significatory complexity, the personal devices of non-nobles exhibited on book bindings must have been intelligible, effective signs. As ownership marks, they identified the possession of the volumes they were applied to. As imprese, they offered a glimpse into the ambitions and essence of their bearers. And as devices of intellect, to use Erasmus of Rotterdam's term, they were vehicles for self-fashioning, representing not only the spiritual, but also the social aspirations of those they belonged to. Used exactly like the noble coats of arms, they proclaimed the social aspirations of the learned, academics, and civil servants, who would proudly repeat that nobility of the mind means more than that of the blood. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Justina, for your presentation. Maybe a short question, because after we will have questions, maybe discussion, but maybe now. Please now. Thank you very much.
Thanks.
And ir mes tęsime mūsų konferenciją ir sekcijoje dabar paskutinis pranešimas gyvai. Kęstutis Gudmantas iš Lietuvių literatūros ir tautosakos instituto pristatys pranešimą Martyno Bielskio Viso pasaulio kronikos skaitytojai ir jų paliktos marginalijos. Lietuvos bibliotekų egzemplioriai. Prašau, Kęstutį, įsijungti.
Kaip šitas dalykas veikia, juda į priekį. Čia šitas dalykas.
Nejuda? Tu išmai... Turbūt čia, va, šitas į šoną. Prašau.
Tai dar kartą visiems labą dieną. Martyno Bielskio Viso pasaulio kronika, neretai vadinama Abiejų tautų Respublikos bajorijos knyga. Apie jos sklaidą daugiausia rašė Lenkijos mokslininkai, tačiau jie netyrė Lietuvoje saugomų egzempliorių. Stanislavas Stašickis, Pranciškas Silickis, pastaruoju metu Elena Karčevska rašė apie kronikos recepciją Rusijoje, bet to Darius Snieško apibūdino Lenkijos saugomų egzempliorius skaitytojus, tačiau nenurodė egzempliorių saugojimo vietų ir šriftų. Preliminariais duomenimis šiuo metu Lietuvos bibliotekose saugomi 6 Bielskio kronikos egzemplioriai. Nespėjau patikrinti neseniai Lietuvos nacionaliniam muziejui perduotų Vidmanto Staniulio knygų, gal ten koks ir yra. Jei kalbėtume apie ankstesnius LDK laikus, tų egzempliorių taip pat būta, neimant domėn tų, kuriuos aš čia aptarsiu. Kaip antai Bielskio kroniką pasitelkė 16 amžiaus Lietuvos metraštininkai ir pirmosios spausdintos LDK istorijos autorius Motiejus Strijkovskis. O pavyzdžiui, žymus literatas Julianas Ursinas Nemcevičius, kuris, kaip žinia, buvo kilęs iš LDK, savo atsiminimuose mini, kad Senelio dvare tarp knygų buvo Bielskio kronika, nors tai galėjo būti ir Martyno ir Joachimo Bielskių Lenkų kronika arba kronika polska, kuri dažnai yra painiojama su Viso pasaulio kronika, dėja, tai padaro ir mokslininkai. Tai yra tiesiog epidemija. Buvo 3 Bielskio kronikos leidimai 1551-54-64 metų. Čia tiesiog parodau, kaip jie pasiskirstai. Deja, negalėjau pateikti antro leidimo titulinio lapo. Lietuvoje defektuoti egzemplioriai, o į internetą irgi nei Polioną irgi neįdėjo. Nežinau, gali ir egzistuoja, tikiuosi, kad yra. Nes ir Estreicheris turėjo prašyti matyti pagal, dabar netikrino, bet turbūt vis tiek antraštis tai nurašinėjo. Taigi, čia yra pirmo ir trečio tituliniai lapai. Iš karto matyti, kad skiriasi formatas. Pirmas yra pats toks mažiausias, inkvarto. Antras ir trečias yra infolio, bet trečias yra pats pilniausias. Ir jau, kaip minėjau, dar buvo ta Lenkų kronika arba kronika polska, kuri pasirodė 1597 metais, tačiau šiuo atveju jinai mums nerūpės, nes tai iš tikrųjų skirtingas veikalas. Deja, pirmo 51 metų leidimo Lietuvoje atrodo neturime, antrojo turime 2 egzempliorius Lietuvos nacionalinėje Martyno Mažvydo bibliotekoje, o trečiojo 64 metų 2 egzemplioriai saugomi ten pat ir po 1 egzempliorių turi Vilniaus universiteto ir Kauno technologijos universiteto bibliotekos. Ir, jau kaip minėjau, egzemplioriai yra defektiniai, 2 iš jų vietoj trūkstamų lapų ir išti kitų, regis 2 egzempliorių lapai. Glaustame pranešime spėsiu aptarti tik kai kuriuos dalykus. 2 egzempliorių senieji savininkai yra žinomi, nes išliko nuosavybės įrašai. Tai buvę Žemaičių teismo raštininkas Stanislavas Venclovaitis Gruzdys, gimęs 1529, miręs 1601. 18 amžiui knyga priklausė žymiam kolekcininkui Gardino Dominikui Sivickiui. Čia matote tiesiog tokią šeimos kroniką apimančią vienus metus. Dabar kitas egzempliorius priklausė Ašmenos pavieto bajorui, karaliaus dvariškiui Vatiekui Savičiui Zablockiui. Čia jau 17 amžiaus antra pusė. Štai vienas įrašas ir kitas įrašas, dėja sunkiai turbūt įskaitysit, nes apklijuota tokia apsauginė juostelė. Ten šone perrašiau. Dabar, dar galėčiau paminėti, kad šitas egzempliorius jau restauruotas keletą kartų. Jau pirmą kartą 18 amžiaus pabaigoje restauravimui panaudotas prūsiškas popierius ir perrašytos trūkstamos teksto vietos. Sprendžiant iš marginalijų, dar vieno egzemplioriaus skaitytojas gyveno LDK arba greta jos ukrainietiškose, vadinkime, žemėse. Tai 1554 metų kronikos leidimas saugomas Mažvydo bibliotekoje, įrašuose minimos 1617 metų javų kainos Polocke, 1628 metų badmetis. Čia pacituos vertimą pas mus Rusijoje ir Lietuvoje. Na ir panašiai. Taip pat esama kirilinių įrašų daryta kita ranka. Dar kita ranka paliko įrašus, kuriuose minimi 1662 ir 1669 metai. Ir įrašytas toks, nežinau, ar humoristinis, ar tikras prašymas Dievui, dangaus karaliui, kad duotų 4 kaimus ir žmonelę pagal mano stoną, luomą. Šiame egzemplioriuje yra, sakyčiau, labai įdomus pieštinis žemėlapis. Tai pakoreguotas, papildytas pasaulio žemėlapis, kuris yra šitoje ir trečioje laidoje. Tai, kaip matyti, egzempliorius defektinis ir paklijuotame, restauruotame lape matome nupieštą Europos dalį. Yra Lenkija, Lietuva, Livonija, Vengrija, yra Vilnius. Čia gaila negaliu parodyti. Toks Vilnio užrašyta iš tikrųjų labai nedidelėm raidelėm visai greta Dniepro. Gana arti Vilniaus Orša ir panašiu atstumu, tik šiek tiek arčiau yra Ryga. Itin ryškiai pažymėta Krokuva. Ten, kur matosi tokie tarsi bokštai. Dar įdomu, kad yra Moskovicija, ne Moskovija. Ir jinai pažymėta greta Romos. Toks savotiškas žemėlapis, o kadangi restauravimui panaudotas 17 amžiaus pabaigos popierius, čia pagal Laucevičių, žemėlapis galėjo būti nupieštas pačioje 17 amžiaus pabaigoje arba 17-18 amžių sandūroje. Dabar plačiau apie marginalės ir kitus dalykus. Su visais 6 egzemplioriais susipažinęs devizų darau išvadą, kad įspūdingomis marginalėmis itin išsiskiria 2. Jau anksčiau mano aprašytas Vilniaus universiteto bibliotekos arba Gružio egzempliorius ir dar vienas priklausęs nežinomam Lenkijos karalystės bajorui. Apie Gružio egzempliorių esu rašęs, tai jam čia vietos daugiau neskirsiu. Abiejose egzemplioriuose yra šeimos kronikos. Antrajame yra vaikų gimimai, dėja nurodyti tik vardai. Gausu marginalijų ir taip pat antrajame egzemplioriuje aptinkame 7 įklijas. Tai 17 amžiaus Vokietijos arba Šventosios Romos imperijos didmiesčių, Egipto piramidžių vaizdai ir Parinėje žemėlapis. Vokietijos imperijos didmiesčiai, tai Antverpenas, Regensburgas, Hamburgas, Vroclavas, Praha. Tiesa, Čekijos sostinė kažkodėl puošia pasakojimą apie Vengriją, šiaip jau įklijos daugmaž priderintos prie Bielskio kronikos teksto, tai nėra įterptos atsitiktinai ir bet kur. Pavyzdžiui, matome, kad Antverpeno vaizdas yra prie Nyderlandų. Čia kaip tik tas puslapis ir įklija. Įklijų ir vaizdų žemėlapio šaltinius galima identifikuoti Tarkime, raižinys su Egipto piramidėmis buvo sukurtas 1114 metais Nyderlanduose. Čia jau paėmiau iš visagalio interneto tokį patį. Parinė žemėlapis 1144 metais veikiausiai Vokietijoje ir Hamburgo vaizdas 1680 metais. Veikiausiai ten pat. Na, skaitytojas komentavo, labai gausiai komentavo kronikos tekstą. Čia galima matyti apie Prancūziją, glosos rankraštinės. Na, galiu parodyti iššifruotas. Na, tiesiog papildė, žėrė statistinius, taip kabutėse, duomenis apie pasaulį ir ypač apie Europą, Prancūziją, Paryžių, Vokietiją, Italiją ir taip toliau. Itin domėjosi Osmanų imperija, jos sultonais. Na, turbūt dėl tuo metu aktualių politinių aplinkybių. Buvo senovės Romos istoriko Justino gerbėjas, kai kurias glosas rašė lotyniškai, juose nemažai citatų, cituojami ir kiti autoriai, pavyzdžiui, Pomponijus Mela, Jozapas Flavijus, Orozijus, Volateranas, o Aristotelio veikalą davė nuorodą jau pagal lenkišką vertimą. Taigi buvo gana išprusęs. Šiame egzemplioriuje taip pat yra glausti rankraštiniai Lenkijos karalystės ir Lietuvos didžiosios kunigaikštystės aprašymai. Na, šiuo metu rengiau publikaciją, čia dar apie Italiją, italų žemės, irgi tiesiog principas pats matyti. Į priekį, taip, Lenkijos ir Lietuvos aprašymai. Apie Lenkiją yra 12 eilučių, apie LDK 10 eilučių tekstas. Na, į 11 eilutę įlenda dar vienas žodis, čia iššifravau. Nu, taip pat cituosiu tik apie Lietuvą vertimą, taupydamas laiką. Apie Lietuvos didžiąją kunigaikštystę taip pat galima būtų šitą pasakyti. Mat, joje yra daug miestų, miestelių ir karaliui, bajorams ir dvasininkams priklausančių kaimų, taip pat kraštų, kunigaikštyščių ir provincijų. O būtent Žemaičių kunigaikštystė, kurie galėtų būti 100 000 karui tinkančių vyrų, taip pat Baltosios Rusios provincija ir kitus. Yra 704 klebonijos, bet negreitai po Lenkijos krikščionių tikėjimą priėmė, beveik po 500 metų. Kadaise buvo didi Europos karalystė, prie lietuvių karaliaus Mindaugo Ano 1240, taip pat prie Jogailos ir Vytauto, tęsiasi nuo Didžiojo Naugardo ir Baltijos jūros iki pat Ponto jūros, kitaip sakant, Juodosios. Pilys įtvirtinti miestai, tvirtovės ir du uostai, vienas Nemuno per Narvą arba Narevu į Baltijos jūrą, kitas į Dnieprų į Ponto jūrą, o trečias Dauguvą į tą pačią Baltijos jūrą. Na, įdomu, čia taip komentaras trumpas, kad parapijų katalikiškų, aišku, skaičius 704 yra tikslus, nors 100 000 karui tinkančių vyrų Žemaitijoje be abejo yra simbolinis skaičius. Iškyla natūralus šaltinių klausimas, na, kai kurie kiti klausimai, pavyzdžiui, ar aprašant laivybinės upes, minima Narvė yra Narvos upė, ar Vyslos dešinysis intakas Narevas, iš pirmo žvilgsnio atrodytų tarsi logiškiau, kad minimas pastarasis, kuris, kaip žinia, buvo plačiai naudotas laivybai, o jei dar manysime, kad aprašymo autorius gyveno po Lenkiją, apie tai truputį toliau, tuomet ši versija atrodytų gana įtikinama. Tačiau galime žvelgti panašumą su Gvaninio 1111 metų kronika, lenkiškų vertimų, kur Lionės aprašyme kalbama apie grūdų eksportą. Čia trumpa citata iš Lietuvos į Rusijos, Dauguvos ir Narvos upėmis. Tad gali vis dėlto Narva. Apskritai, kodėl šitie aprašymai yra, čia taip užbėgdamas į galimus klausimus, na, galbūt todėl, kad egzempliorius jau ankstesniais laikais buvo defektuotas. Jis baigėsi Čekijos karalystė ir neturi labai svarbios dalies apie Lenkiją. Na ir ten taip pat glaustai yra apie Lietuvą, nors ten tikrai labai šykščios žinios. Toliau marginaliai šitas toks savotiškas autoriaus pamišimas, toks dėl statistikos, na, tai yra tiesiog, jau pastebėjo ir knygos istorikai, kultūrologai iš tikrųjų labai būdingi 17-18 amžiams. Pavyzdžiui, net Moskovija panašiai komentuotas Merkatoriaus atlaso vertimas į rusų kalbą. Marginaliai autorius dėmesys LDK leistų hipotetiškai sieti su artimesniu Lietuvai regionus, spėčiau, kad galėjo būti iš po Lenkijos, kuri iki Liublino unijos priklausė LDK. Dabar vaikų vardai Domicianas Teodozija leistų atsargiai sutapatinti su palenkės bajoru Samueliu Vonžiu, mirusiu 1187, kuris turėjo sūnų Domicianą. Aišku, tai tik darbinė hipotezė. Dabar dėl liklijų. Tai retas, tačiau ne unikalus atvejis. Toje pačioje Mažvydo bibliotekoje saugoma Šedelio kronika su keturių žemėlapių įklijomis iš Sansonų atlasų. Čia Viktorijos Vaitkevičiūtės duomenys. Tai taip pat 17 amžiuje gyvenusio Aleksandro Rikovskio egzempliorius. Rikovskis su Lietuva nesusijęs, tai Lenkijos karalystės bajoras gyvenęs dabartinės vakarų Ukrainos teritorijos, titulavosi Kulmo salininku, tai čia toks buvo tuščias garbės titulas. Dabar Lenkijos egzempliorių savininkai vis dar neįvardinti, dėja monografijos apie Bielskio kroniką autorius, jau minėtas Darius Snieško, rašęs apie Lenkijos saugomus egzempliorius, jų savininkų nenurodo, iš vis nekalba apie proveniencijas. Na, jis yra tikrai geras literatūros istorikas, parengęs ir mokslinį Bielskio kronikos leidimą, tačiau matyt neturi bibliografo gyslelės. Esu devizų susipažinęs su antrosios arba 54 metų laidos egzemplioriumi saugomu Varšuvos universiteto bibliotekoje. Jo savininkas Volkovysko arklidininkas Jonas Kazimieras Čertoševskis Lantovnickis savo įrašą palikęs 1666 metais. Kaip matome, asmuo iš LDK. Beje, kaip ir Zablockis, dalyvavęs Jono III Sobieskio lekcijoje 1174 metais Varšuvoje. Gal ir susitiko. Taigi, apibendrinant, Bielskio kronikos egzempliorių savininkai, pasiturinti raštingą bajoriją, galima sakyti, lokalinio elito atstovai, tie, kurie galėjo įpirkti. Panašiai buvo ir su Strijkovskio kronika. Na, pavyzdžiui, pirmojo 1582 metų leidimo savininkas Kazimieras Jeronimas Deresas, buvo kaip tik pasiturintis bajoras, plačiai komentavęs kroniką 18 amžiaus pirmoji pusėje. Na ir kitoj kartoj gal net būtų prasimušęs į senatorius, tačiau sutrukdė abiejų tautų respublikos sunaikinimas. Apie Strijkovskio kronikos sklaidą kažkaip truputį daugiau žinoma, kad buvo ir Vilniaus miestiečių elito bibliotekose. Na, bet tai net išskirtinis populiarumas Strijkovskį jaučia atskira tema. Deja, senosios Lietuvos bibliotekos neišliko, buvo išgrobstytos, išsklaidytos, todėl nežinoma, kiek jie buvo istorinių veikalų rinkiniai. Geresnė padėtis yra su didikų ar vienuolijų bibliotekomis, nes išliko katalogas, apie jas yra kolegos Arvydo Pacevičiaus monografija. Galime remtis ir netiesioginiais liudijimais. Kai kuriais atvejais, tokiais kaip Gružrio, žinome, kad jis pats nurodo, kad skaitė ne tik komentavo Bielskį, bet ir Strijkovskį, nurodydamas tai savo rankraštinėse glosose. Ir dabar tokios užduotys ateičiai. Reikia tirti tiesiog Bielskio kronikos egzempliorius ir Lenkijoje, Rusijoje, Baltarusijoje, Ukrainoje ir kitur. Tada atsivertų bendras išsamesnis vaizdas ir apskritai derėtų uoliau tirti istorinių veikalų kolekcijas. Tie tyrimai vis dar vyksta nepakankamai. Dabartinė Rusijos invazija jos apsunkina. Yra ir geresnių žinių. Antai Lenkijos bibliotekos taip nuosekliai kelia internetas skaitmeninius vaizdus. Dabar jos galima tyrinėti, kad ir toje pačioje internetinėje bibliotekoje Polona. O tuo tarpu galima konstatuoti, kad net ir peržvelgti čia tie keli Bielskio veikalo egzemplioriai rodo, kad jis buvo skaitomas visoje LDK teritorijoje, Žemaitijoje, Vilniaus vaivadijoje, Ašmenos pavietė, taip pat rytinėje dalyje, link Polocko ir, kaip jau minėta, pietvakariuose apie Volkovyską. Ačiū uždėmesi.
Ačiū labai. Ačiū labai. Galbūt būtų greitas klausimas. Nors tiesą sakant, tai jau galim pereiti prie diskusijos, klausimų ir diskusijos, tai kol dar prelegentas čia sėdi, galima užduoti jam iš karto klausimą, o paskui galėsim grįžti ir prie pirmojo bei antro pranešimo. Tai jeigu nėra, aš noriu paklausti, nes čia mane labai domina šitą temą. Kiek pamenu, 16 amžiuje atrastų tokių įrašų savininkų konfesinis pasiskirstimas buvo vienprasmiškai kalvinistų, protestantų naudai. Kaip šiuo atveju, nes kalbam jau apie 17 amžių vėlesnius laikus, koks čia tas išsidėstymas? Ar yra duomenų apie jų konfesinę priklausomybę? Ar katalikų yra tarp jų ar ne?
Tai be abejo yra kai kurie, bet mane nustebino kai kurie dalykai. Nustebino, tarkim, kur yra su įklėmis. Jeigu ten yra vonžas, šiaip jisai pagal, teiravausi net Lenkijoje kolegos, bet dar reiktų šitą tęsti, reiktų tikrinti datas gyvenimo dėl vaikų ir taip toliau, čia reiktų parapijos knygos žiūrėti. Jis yra katalikas, bet mane nustebėjo jo tolerantiškas požiūris. Būtent yra marginalios. Ta pačia ranka, matyti, kad jų autorius yra katalikas, bet labai tolerantiškai Liuterį įvardina doktorą. Čia jau man visiškai yra, nes šiaip yra kitos egzemplioriuose, ir kolegos, nežinau, iš Mažvydo nematau. Tai kad tik Mažvydo bibliotekoje yra egzempliorius su išdurta Liuterio akim, ten yra portretas, būtent Bielskio kronikoje. Tai pavyzdžiui, Gruzdžio egzemplioriui, tai ten vyko kova. Gruzdys buvo kalvinistas, ten ilgainiui perėjo tą kroniką į katalikų rankas ir ten matosi tiesiog reakcijos, audringos reakcijos skaitytojų į Liuterį. Tai dabar būtų Savičius Zablockis, jisai galėjo būti praeitį. Lygiai taip pat ir vonžas galėjo būti, beje, įtarimas. Nesgi ir ta pati Palenkė, ten Radvilos, kaip žinome, veikia. Dabar vonžas. Dabar Zablockis iš Ašmena irgi buvo, jeigu tikėti, reiktų tikrinti tuos duomenis. Seniau istorikai rašė, kad ar Česlovas Jankovskis, neatsimenu dabar tiksliai kas, bet dažnai kartojama, kad Ašmenos pavietas praktiškai visas buvo perėjęs į kalvinizmą. Bet paskui labai gražiai jau čia 17 amžiaus antrą pusę visi perėjo atgal į katalikybę. Tai tiek apie konfesijas, turbūt galėčiau.
Gerai, ačiū labai, ačiū už pranešimą. Taigi pereinam prie diskusijų. Turime dar tam laiko. Prašau, klausimai galbūt visų pirma, paskui diskusijai. Prašau.
Okay, yeah, thank you. I have a question to Kestutis. I loved your presentation very much, and I think really to look at what readers do or owners do with their books is really interesting. In contrast to, for example, what I do with the books I own, that means I mark them, I note something for my scientific works, and your readers and owners seem to have continued the books. They add pages, they add information, they become a kind of co-authors of these books. And do you have, do you do some interpretation of the new books which come into existence? So you have you have Bielski continued by owner X and so on. And does this come to interesting results? How these books changed by this continuation by the reader? Or are the books more or less like our the photo albums of ancient times? It's just you need a place to add your journey anecdotes or something?
It's a lot of questions. I think that there is a famous monograph by Sherman, used books. Yeah, it's common practice to write annotations. And to write family chronicles also. in brief.
Thank you. Ačiū labai. Daugiau klausimų? Please, prašau.
Does that work? Could I ask two questions actually of Magdalena? Which, first of all, I was really interested. I probably missed this. The records for the sheets, were they specifically on business ledgers? I mean, do you have business ledgers, or is it derived from bibliographical examination of the copies? Was my first question. The second question, really interesting in terms of the privileges, and these obviously extended to official works, official proclamations, and so saying. What I didn't, again, I may have missed it, but given that certainly in areas of Europe that I work on at this period, jobbing printing is really very important. Individual clients, little sheets, little tiny things. Was that outside the privilege or within a privilege? Could you also have jobbing work, which is so important because it says economically often sustains particular printing houses?
Yes, so the answer to the first question, it's my counting. So the main source for printing history in Poland are books. So if you want to know how much a printer produced, you need to count it. Obviously, we will never know what the print runs were. So this is a huge factor missing. But I think it will be missing and is missing for most of print shops of the time. So we just have to work with what we have. So this is obviously just an estimation. Still, I think it shows that they protected or tried to sought protection for most of their production. And the second question, well, I think this is a quite specific print shop because they were, from what I see from their production, they focused mostly on big books. These are mostly bulky folios. And this is, I think they printed a little bit over 60 folios, which is, one would say, around 15% of all editions. But when you count the sheets, it's a huge majority of the production, I think around 70–80% as well. And when it comes to jobbing, I think it was mostly outside of the privilege. Because what is left are university disputations, are sermons and books clearly paid for by authors because they are very specific. And panegyrical works, like funeral sermons, epitalamia, and things like this. And apart from a few that were inscribed in the privilege and reprinted a few times, these also don't bear the formula on the title page, the gratia et privilegio. So I assume that they were paid for, they were simply commissioned, and this was the form of jobbing, job printing. But otherwise, I think that most of the revenue they had, and they really, you can see with the decades that they become more and more important in the city. They advance into the patriciate, then the son of the first printer becomes councillor, then his son finally is ennobled, so you can see this social advancement. And also they begin to play a role in the society of Krakow. They, for example, fund altars by means of their books. So the widow in her testament says, well, I have books, so please take the books that are worth, let's say, 2,000 florins and build an altar. So this is why I assume that they made most revenue out of these protected publications.
Ačiū labai. Dar klausimų? Jeigu nėra, tai...
Just on one important point that I think hasn't been raised so far, and that's the issue which has really come to light in recent years in work, particularly in Britain and Western Europe, about capacity, the extent to which so many presses, we always assume somehow that they worked at capacity, but actually it's the reverse. There's a lot of times when the printing press is under capacity, and there's so much emphasis upon the number of presses that are allowed, to have privileges, and the restrictions. But actually, if you look, it's becoming clearer and clearer that these presses worked at under capacity, and that might feed into this issue, this very precarious economic issue, and why jobbing was so important. And so capacity and working at under capacity becomes really important in terms of the overall modelling of productivity and economic returns. Thank you.
Yeah, if I could just answer shortly, there is a great article, I really enjoyed reading it, by Mark Campbell, published in recent Guldenpasse, where he explains the business model of a print shop and why it was better for them to print less than to print too much. So this probably is, and you can clearly see this also when you dwell into the production of Piotr Kowczyk's, then in difficult times, they just stop printing.
Ačiū labai, thank you very much. Aš dar tik tai galbūt klausimą tokį vėl susijusią su Kęstučio pranešimo. Galbūt galima kalbėti apie tam tikrą literatūros kanoną, o galbūt ne taip skaitomų knygų krepšelį Lietuvos Didžioji kunigaikštystėje jau išeinant už dvasininkijos rėmų, nes daugiausiai yra tirti vis tik dvasininkų knygų rinkiniai ir skaitimas. Tai vat kaip, ar jau galėtume kalbėti apie tų, nežinau, kanoninių svarbiausių knygų kažkokį krepšelį? Ačiū.
Na tai galima kalbėti, tai yra testamentai, bet ne tik, taip, išeinant už dvasininkijos, tai yra Vilniaus tas patriciatas. Ir testamentai, kur yra, ten Strijkovskis skaito ir Kromeris skaito, ir čia jau seniai žinomi dalykai nuo Kraševskio laikų. Taip pat, na aišku, didikų Radvilų, tai čia ir Sapiegų, tai bibliotekos, tai čia jau, nežinau, jau čia dangoraižis, jau ten, nežinau, link dangaus viskas, jau sunku lyginti. Ir, na, bet eilinių tų bajorų yra labai nedaug. Vat mūsų dvarai yra sunaikinti faktiškai. Nu, kaip, buvo caro represijos, puikiai žinom, ten į Sibirą, paskui 40 metai visiškai, 40-44 metai nuo likučiai. Tai dabargi prasideda tyrimai, tai bibliotekos tyria, ar ne, jau ten muziejai tai bando rekonstruoti. Tai apie tą, kaip hipotetiškai galima be abejo kalbėti, kai tai apie 19 amžių, tai yra Lilija Kofkel rašo apie Lietuvos, Baltarusijos, tai dvarininkų bibliotekas. Tai, bet irgi manau, kad vis tiek tų duomenų reikia daugiau. Čia yra tas hipotetinis galbūt toks krepšelis. Tai.
Aišku. Gerai, ačiū. Mūsų jau labai laukia diskusijoje. Noriu tik tai priminti, atsiprašau, gal kažkas labai svarbu. Noriu tik tai paprašyti iš karto išėjus moderatorius ir plenarinių pranešimų autorius iš karto eiti va čia į sceną, į didžiąją salę dabar iš karto, nes prasideda baigiamasis, nežinau, etapas, diskusija. Ir jūs dar kėlėt ranką. Prašau, please, you want to ask, please?
I just wanted to give some feedback to Justina. Justina, I loved your paper very much, and I For me, it is wonderful to think about possibilities to get an idea who the user, the buyer and reader of a book was. And I also think about, I never thought that somebody who owned a library needed some design for his library. You needed to think about this super libros, you needed some design for it, and your example was wonderful. This example saying that virtue is more important than birth, and I think I should start to do something similar for my library and telling that scientific scholarly books are more important than the Porsche in the courtyard. That is for me really wonderful, and I think about the perspective really to not only to theorize who might be the reader, but to have really to get a reader and to try to, as far as this is possible, to reconstruct such a library of an average buyer, not some author or genius or something, but just an average buyer of a library, and perhaps some aspirations expressed in the design of the super libros or anything else, and that might give us an idea what about the cultural capital this owning of books may have had in this time. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Justina. Thank you very much. And aš noriu priminti, Rimait, prašau grąžinti ausines, kurias pasiskolino ten prie įėjimo. Ir dabar į sceną moderatoriai ir plenarinių pranešimų autoriai. Thank you, Justina. Bye-bye.